London, the home of the historic, the iconic, the symbolic, and the dramatic. And after San Francisco in June, the T100 reloads as London now welcomes the heroic.
T100 providing the goods. This is absolutely epic. Heading for the last lap. I'm loving this.
Yeah,
this is great. Shoulder to shoulder, the anxiety is building.
Martin Van Riel, cost me!
Oh my goodness! We are going to need an extra camera angle. That's the best race I have ever seen.
Escape from Alcatraz was 100 kilometres sensationally settled by a centimetre. And after 3 races with 3 different winners, the man they're hunting on the board is series leader Sam Long. Leading the chasing pack is Magnus Ditlev, winner in Miami in March, winner of Challenge Roth in July. The Great Dane is in London ready to deliver again, and so is the T100.
Welcome back to day 2 here at T100 London. I'm joined once again by the one, the only, Jan Frodeno. Jan, I said yesterday, welcome to somewhat sunny London. Today it's proper sunny London.
It is indeed. The weather has really come out for these guys. The temperature has risen as well, and there is not a breath of wind. It's tough conditions to race.
We saw the sprint finish at San Francisco last time here at the T100 Tour. What can we expect here today?
Quite frankly, I think this course is more technical than it seems on paper. The athletes, yesterday we saw a run battle turn out. I think something similar is going to happen. The bike is extremely technical, actually, and we've got a little pinch up into the Excel Center here that could just provide some entertainment.
And what about the depth of field? The women's field yesterday, obviously one of the deepest fields we had. What's the men's field like?
I mean, it's ridiculous. If you look at the matchups, you look at no consistency in terms of winners. We've had different winners every single time. And I think that's the excitement about the T100. It brings together the best in the world over and over again. And we've got, 10 potential winners here.
If we were to see a new winner again, throw a surprise name out there for me.
Surprise name for a winner is not really a surprise. I always hold him in high regards, but I do think Carl Smith has got a good chance to get his first ever big W, his first win on the board.
He was obviously second at San Francisco. Let's have a look at the story of the season so far.
Miami and a new era of triathlon. Very first T100 about to take to the water. Magnus Ditlev is closing that gap on Majurier and Brownlee. The racetrack temp is 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Magnus Ditlev, the first ever winner of the T100.
And if Miami was the warm-up, this weekend these athletes step into an Asian furnace that can burn very hot.
I am so impressed with Yuri Kulin riding off the front.
Yuri, newsflash, you're not going to see anyone.
This is one of the greatest performances in T100 history.
The T100 has landed in San Francisco. We have all the ingredients for a truly iconic race.
Who's going to be anti-fragile and who's going to thrive in it?
Tell you, he's here to win and he believes he can win.
Shoulder to shoulder, the anxiety is building.
Martin Van Riel, cost me!
Oh my goodness! That's the best race I have ever seen.
Let's have a look at the T100 Series standing so far after the first 3 races. Sam Long, he's atop the leaderboard. He hasn't won a race yet, 2 second places. He's had a bit of a break, he's peaked for London, he wants a win. Yuri Kulin and Magnus Ditlev, they're in 2nd and 3rd. They've both won a race. Yuri Kulin won Singapore, Magnus Ditlev won Miami. They both also had a 4th place finish. Kyle Smith in 4th is the interesting story. He came 2nd in San Francisco to Martin Van Riel. Martin Van Riel isn't here, however, so a lot of people are seeing Kyle Smith as the big favourite today. Rico Bogan, he was also involved in that sprint finish in 10th position. He doesn't suit the heat, and it is pretty hot here today. Can he surprise everyone? And then looking at 11th to 20th, Alistair Brownlee is probably the big story. The local hometown favourite, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Everyone is waiting for him to have a big result at the T100 Series. Can it be here today on home soil? Apart from that, Jason West, not quite hitting the peaks of 2023, but can today be his day? So Jan, speaking of Alistair Brownlee, like I said, he is the hometown hero. What do we expect from him here today?
Well, you mentioned Hometown Hero. I was fortunate enough, even though in a second row, to witness his 2012 Olympic victory here. It was mind-boggling. You know, I get goosebumps thinking about it. The crowds are out here for him, and this is where he has made himself a household name within Great Britain. So huge expectations on him.
He's a two-time Olympic gold medalist, the only male to ever do that in the history of the sport. We've seen him lead these races before. He led at the PTO European Open. He led at the T100 Miami. Do you think we'll see him at the front of the race at any point today?
Well, that's the thing. You know he's packed a flamethrower. You just don't know whether he's pointing it at the other guys or pointing it at himself. And this is the great thing about Alistair Brownlee. You know, he's had difficulty on the run every single time. It seems like he hasn't really contracted an injury from it, but, you know, this is definitely, considering the conditions and the time he's had to prepare, it's going to be tough out there.
A lot of people have said to Alistair Brownlee, just race a bit more conservatively, don't go out so hard in the run. And that question was posed to him during the week, and he said, you know what, in an alternative reality, I would have liked to have seen what that looked like as well. To me, that says he doesn't plan to race conservatively today.
It's the one thing. He's one of the smartest guys I know. He's incredibly intelligent. He's raced all over the world, but he has that racing mongrel. Once the gun goes, his smart kind of plans go out, and he just is a cat chasing a mouse, and that's why the world loves to see Alistair Brownlee race.
And probably the complete opposite of that is the new guard, Magnus Ditlev. He won in Miami. He was fourth last time around in San Francisco. What do we expect from him today?
You know, what a season he's had. Obviously, 2 big wins already on the board. Recently having posed a new world record, breaking his own world record over the long distance in Roth. That's fairly recent, and we'll wonder how he's recovered. But as you said, he is someone who meticulously plans and goes through his preparations to a point that we know he'll only be here if he's within a shot of at least the podium.
We saw Arne Haag yesterday coming off Roth, didn't have the performance she would have liked. Can we expect the same thing from Magnus, or do you think that he will have recovered from it better?
Well, yesterday there were a few athletes who'd been racing long-distance races over the last few weeks. Kat Matthews was one of them. She made it onto the podium, so she's a positive example. Magnus Ditlev, I think he is somebody who's got a lot of experience, and he looks at his numbers and he just knows he's recovered enough to give it a go.
And Kyle Smith, your old training partner, at breakfast during the week he says, I want to stop being referred to as Jan Frodeno's ex-training partner. Do you think he can do that here today?
Absolutely. He is someone building his name bit by bit. He's getting onto the podium. You know, he's come from a top 10 step by step, and he's just scratching on the door of a first place. I know he wants it desperately. Let's see if he can get it today.
And Jan, in commentary today, we're going to be joined yet again by Vicky Holland, and Vicky joins us dockside right now.
That's right, I am back down dockside next to the huge convention centre that is the Excel. And as you mentioned, it is hot, hot, hot down here today. On paper, only a few degrees warmer than we had yesterday, but it feels hotter than that. There's a distinct lack of wind, and that sun is beating off the pavements behind me. All around us here, it is a very warm day. Now, we are in for a treat today with 20 of the best male athletes in the world, about to take to Victoria Dock behind me. It's around 20 degrees Celsius in there again today, 68 degrees Fahrenheit, just like it was yesterday. That means it will be a wetsuit legal swim before the athletes head into our unique transition area inside the Excel Centre and then out onto the roads of London. Now, today the atmosphere feels, I think, even better than it did yesterday. Many of these athletes will have competed themselves this morning in a mass participation event and then come down to cheer on the best athletes in the world and see what fireworks they have in order for us today. And with that, I'll hand back to Jan Frodeno to take a closer look at today's course map.
T100 London, the iconic race, starts off with a 2-lap swim course, Aussie exit into the Excel Centre. A transition to take us for the 8-lap bike course, where we have 2 out and back sections, and athletes will be seeing each other on the roundabouts as we go indoor once again for the second transition and a 6-lap run course. This is where the athletes see each other all the time.
Welcome to the T100. This season, 20 of the world's best men's and women's professional triathletes will battle it out over the notorious 100-kilometre distance, consisting of 2-kilometre swim, 80-kilometre bike and 18-kilometre run, the ultimate test of speed and endurance. Taking place across 8 iconic locations around the globe, the season culminates with the T100 World Championship Finals in November. Every finishing position earns points, from 1 point for 20th to 35 points for first place. The T100 World Championship Finals will offer even more points to keep every athlete fighting until the end of the season. The total of each athlete's 3 best point-scoring performances over the season, plus the final, will count towards their points total. The athlete with the highest points total at the end of the season will be crowned T100 World Champion. With a prize purse of $7 million on the line, it means that each race and every point scored will make a difference.
And welcome to London for the T100. What a glorious day it is. Looking forward to this race. It was an exciting race for the women yesterday, and the crowds have turned up to see Alistair Brownlee and his 19 fellow men take to the water.
I think a big thing here, Jan, that we saw yesterday was that finally we've got massive crowds at the T100 Tour. The London people have shown out. I think there's about 5,000 people here today.
Absolutely, we saw it earlier. People have been queuing for about an hour to get first in line, kind of seating or standing at the rail to watch everyone take to the water. And we see some last smiles from the competitors who took part in the age group race this morning. 4,500 age groupers who have already done a slightly different course, gone out.
Wow.
Look at that. Sunday morning in London, who would have thought?
That's massive, isn't it?
It's absolutely huge. I mean, it's one of the biggest triathlons in the world, now taken over by the T100, and what a legacy to follow.
We can see the men, Jan, they're taking their positions on the pontoon. We've got some strong swimmers in today's race. Aaron Royal's here as always, Sam Laidlow's here, Ben Canute, Rico Bogan.
How do you think Rico Bogan would race with his name if he comes and races down under? Last preparations as the athletes get called up. It is borderline, and what we're seeing right in the middle of your screen is Sam Laidlow, the one, the only. Not many men would be confident enough to line up in their race suit as well. Of course, you save a little bit of time when you take it off. The general calculation goes 3 to 4 seconds faster per 100 meters swimming with a wetsuit, and this is quite something we're getting to see from the current world champion.
Wearing number 8, twice the gold medalist in the Olympics from Great Britain, Alistair Brownlee. Wearing number 3, the last time he raced the T100 World Series in Singapore, he won from the Netherlands, Yuri Kulin. Wearing number 2, he won Roth just a few weeks ago and took the top prize in the Miami T100 from Denmark, Magnus Ditlev. And wearing number 1, he came second in 2 out of the 3 races in the series so far. He is currently your number 1 on the T100 leaderboard from the USA, Sam Long. Athletes, you are now going to start. And the London T100 is underway. 20 of the fastest men in the world.
And we are racing 100 kilometres to go here at T100 London, the 4th stop on the T100 World Tour. I'm Jack Kelly. I'm joined in commentary by Jan Frodeno and Vicky Holland. Jan, we can see to the right of your picture, Kyle Smith in the orange cap. Straight away, he has started with intent, coming off his second place finish last time around at San Francisco.
Absolutely, Kyle's been wanting to make his mark. He has been training phenomenally well. And I find it fascinating watching the guys walk from their call up with their song, you know, the last guys, they get their dedicated music and just get themselves fired up. Some of them make a show, some of them just keep quiet. The crowd giving out massive cheers for Alistair Brownlee, but Kyle Smith out the front, looking smooth, and smooth as fast.
We can see Rico Bogan here in the red cap. He is leading the other pack. And then behind Kyle Smith, we've got Jason West in there, Sam Laidlow's in there in the yellow cap, and just to his left, the hometown hero Alistair Brownlee in the white cap.
Yeah, Sam Laidlow for me being the story of the swim so far. You know, if you're looking here, it feels like he's just going back little by little in that pack. Quite frankly, I wouldn't have had the confidence to make that call. He says he feels restricted because the rules state that you have to have your suit up, which is a new rule. So the suit that everyone is racing in on the bike and the run, which has sleeves for aerodynamic benefits, has to be up underneath the wetsuit. And that is indeed something that restricts you a little bit. That's why he's chosen to go without. But before that, he's got to cover 2,000 meters in the swim. And the rule of thumb is 3 to 4 seconds per 100 meters that a wetsuit is faster. Borderline temperature, so a touch over 20 degrees. You know, from a temperature point of view, it's not a problem, but the speed factor definitely surprises me.
So we've got sort of two heads of the arrow, the peaks of the arrows coming together here. Kyle Smith's leading one, Rico Bogan is leading the one furthest away from the picture. Behind Kyle Smith in the orange cap is Aaron Royal. He's now taken his position behind Kyle. Expect him to come to the front at some point. An interesting one, if you look at Rico Bogan in the red swim cap, come back just behind him in the purple cap, that's Magnus Ditlev. He's second feet this deep into a swim. That's very unusual. We've also got Yuri Kulin right there behind him on his feet. Yuri Kulin, Jan, he won last time around at Singapore, and he has had some less than stellar performances since then, but I think he was targeting this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was definitely looking at every single detail for the Singapore race. And you know, that's something these athletes need to do as the season gets longer and longer, that you have certain targets where you really prepare for one race and the rest you sort of take within training. And if you're, you know, taking a risk with your taper with the rest that you take before a race, then that could certainly be something why you're absolutely flying in one race and you're just, you know, a podium contender in the next.
We have a big group, and that man who's in last right now, that's Sam Long. Now, there's not really anyone for him to swim with today, and we've been talking about that all week in the lead-in, and we can see that already only a few hundred metres into the swim, he is quite a way back. I think this is very interesting, Jan, that third last is Sam Laidlow. Usually, if not the best swimmer in the field, definitely one of the top 5. He's falling far behind now in the yellow cap.
And he's only going one way, unfortunately. You know, it's a physical fact that you just get that extra bit of buoyancy and you just have to work that little bit less hard. I do not quite understand the decision. I understand how you're being uncomfortable and all these kind of things, but yeah, I guess he should have a look at which wetsuit he's using and if he needs to make some kind of adjustments to his race suits. We saw some of the ladies yesterday with specifically adjusted suits, but tactically, I mean, if there is one big pack, which we can sort of expect, and he can just hold on to it, fair enough. But, you know, this is Sam Laidlow at his best. He's out there, he's loud, and sometimes it backfires.
And we've seen our first lead change in the swim today. This is Aaron Royal at the front of the swim. This is where he's found himself every single T100 race this year. He's taken the lead from Kyle Smith. Aaron Royal, he's been telling people openly this week that he is planning to race hot and swim fast. He does not want to take people with him. He's sick of taking big groups with him into T1. He wants a lead out of the swim today, and he hasn't made any apologies for that all week.
chance, and neither should he. I mean, he is a quality swimmer. He is likely the best swimmer we have in the field. He hasn't been able to create a gap, but that's also because of the rivalry, right? When someone like Christian Blumenfeld was racing in past years, we've got somebody who's just on the edge of making that front pack. You know, then kind of there's 5, 6 guys who just dedicate themselves to getting away. Whereas here, the field is so wide open and there's so many complete athletes that can just hold the feet that it's going to be very, very hard to create a significant gap here.
It does look like things are stringing out a little bit, though. You know that it swims fast when it's single file, Jan. When you see a big bunch, a big group of swimmers together, you know that the pace is quite easy. That's what we saw sort of about 200 metres into the swim. But now on this this run back into the Aussie exit, they got a current behind them. Aaron Royals clearly made the decision to use that current to get around the front, string the group out, and you can see right now that's pretty much single file all the way back until about probably 8th position.
Yeah, a bit of bashing going on there as everybody's trying to get onto the feet of the one in front of him. It's similar to the bike that you get a little bit of a draft, that you get a little bit of a positive effect. But indeed, we have 19 plus 1 swimmers completely strung out, and Sam Long proving that he's got the strongest legs in triathlon, but his swim is the one thing that sometimes leaves him short.
We just saw a close-up then of Alistair Brownlee. He had Jan Strutman directly behind him. It's Jan's first time out on the T100 Tour, known as a really, really strong swimmer. And speaking of Alistair Brownlee, the hometown hero, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, let's hear from him about today's race.
Yeah, I'd love to win the race in London. I still think that the most likely path for me to be able to win is to swim and ride at or near the front, and then be fit enough to put a good run together off the back of that. The fire still burns. I really enjoy and take a lot of satisfaction from training and preparing and standing on the start lines in the best possible shape I can be in. And yeah, I'm driven to do what I can to perform to the best of my ability. Winning in London would mean a lot to me. I've been disappointed with how the season's gone so far, and to be honest, in terms of most of the long distance racing I've done over the last few years, so a win there would be very special. London is a special race for me. It's always fantastic competing at home, and obviously London as a city has got so many great memories.
And Jan, Alistair Brownlee, obviously one of your big rivals throughout your career. I don't think he has ever missed a front swim pack in his entire career, which is a stat that not many athletes have.
No, and he's got incredible strength on the second lap of the swim usually as well, where oftentimes in the shorter distances you wouldn't see him at the front of a race, and then he'd make himself, come up near the front. He is an extremely hard worker in the pool, and really, really gets up there. He's used to all the tactics, but right now, he's got clear water to either side of him. As we said, it's single file, and I think for him this is pretty much just waiting until the attack that we'll most likely see at a later stage in the race.
And having a look at his rankings relative to the rest of the field today, we can see that compared to everyone else in the field, he's the 8th best swimmer, the 15th best cyclist and 16th best runner. Who would ever have thought you would have had those numbers next to Alistair Brownlee's name?
Well, there was definitely a time when you had 4 1s. That was what Alistair was known for. The news was almost bigger if he'd lose a race than if he'd win one. And that's the thing with all eras, kind of athletes age, and it's extremely hard to keep up that performance over years as next generations knock on the door. And you just keep shutting it, but eventually, especially someone like Alistair, who's always been prone to injury, and kind of, the extreme training regimen that he puts himself under can hurt. But it looks like we're actually seeing a little bit of a gap here for the first time created by Aaron Royal.
We're seeing some quite crazy things here. Aaron Royal has a gap to everyone. Kyle Smith's still directly behind him, but about 8 metres back now, as you can see. Rico Bogan is on his feet. I think something really amazing is that just out of your picture is Magnus Ditlev. He is in this chase pack led by Kyle Smith. You can see Alistair Brownlee has just made the decision to go past Rico Bogan there. To me, that suggests that the pace is on, and Kyle Smith is trying to bridge that gap to Aaron Royal. And Alistair Brownlee, being the smart racer he is, sensed that pickup in speed and has said, Rico, you're not holding those feet. I've got to go around you and get on them.
I think for Rico, it's also something, he has to earn his stripes. He is a newcomer on the scene, and someone like Alistair, if he's got the kind of ability, is still going to take it. Much of racing is not just the physical ability, but it's also about sending little signals, making sure you dominate your position around the boys, and just, a little bit of intimidation can help here and there. And Aaron is certainly putting on the swim of the T100 Series yet. I mean, this is amazing. It's a small gap, but the fact that he's got one is remarkable.
So we've seen Alistair Brownlee. He has established a gap here into the first Aussie exit. Amazingly, we saw Sam Laidlow. He had let the feet go, and he's not in the chase group behind him. It looks here like Aaron Royal has the better part of 10 seconds. He has never had a lead like this out of the first lap. We saw Ben Canoe, Rico Bogan, Kyle Smith, Alistair Brownlee were all in that chase group. Yuri Kuelen's here, Magnus Ditlev was here, Jason West was here, Peter Hemrick is here. You could see Sam Laidlow has not made this second group. Who would ever have thought you would have had Magnus Ditlev in a chase group with Sam Laidlow being dropped behind?
Absolutely, as we see Leon Chevalier coming out, he actually has told me he hasn't been able to train at all since Roth. So here's somebody who's been able to do no training at all, and he's still just behind Sam Laidlow, who we just saw jumping in there, who's obviously an extremely strong swimmer. But I can tell you what, in his mind right now, he's regretting his life choices of coming in and just racing in his swimsuit.
And Jan, we're joined once again today by the great Vicky Holland. Vicky, what are you seeing unfold in front of us right now?
Yeah, I've been watching with interest most of that first lap go ahead, and I did notice the moment where Aaron Royal seemed to just gap Kyle Smith. It was even before the turn boys at the far end of the course. He just started to eke out a little bit of a gap now, as we're seeing Sam Long exit the water after lap one, and he is now, we're waiting for the gap to come up, but yeah, this is probably the last time we're going to see anything slow from Sam Long out on the course today, but not the swim start he would have wanted, especially after the really great swim he had in San Francisco. He was perhaps looking for a little bit more than he's had there today. To go back to Sam Laidlow, in his choice, his slightly controversial choice, I guess, to not wear a wetsuit today. I've heard word that with his actual race suit that he's got underneath his swim skin, he finds that having that and a wetsuit as well is just far too restrictive on his shoulders, and he finds it really difficult to actually put across a decent swim. So for him, he felt like it was better to go without at the moment, possibly questioning that decision. We know that a wetsuit can give you 3-4 seconds per 100 meters, and it's definitely an interesting decision.
Well, we would never see a swim where Sam Laidlow wasn't at the front of it here, and for him to be back almost 30 seconds in a field like this, yes, Aaron Royal is stringing it out with Alistair Brownlee, but and we're back here with Aaron Royal leading the men's race today. I mean, we're seeing some very interesting developments. Aaron Royal has been joined once again by Alistair Brownlee. At the Aussie exit, that gap was about 10 seconds. Jan, do you think that Alistair Brownlee closed that gap by putting in a surge, or did Aaron Royal see that he had a 10-second lead and thought, I don't want to be out here by myself, and ease off a bit?
No, Aaron looked like he was in control when he came up, and he wasn't fighting, he wasn't breathing hard. And this is what I was trying to refer to earlier in lap one. Alistair Brownlee starts the first lap a little bit more conservatively, and that's traditionally what he's always done, and then he picks his position to try and get to the front. The thing that he has done, he saw that his, I think, old training partner even, Aaron Royal, went out the front. He saw there is a chance for a gap. He knows that this is his ticket to probably the best result that he can get, and he would have intentionally closed that gap. Unfortunately for him, he has brought the rest of the pack with him, but nonetheless, it shows you the fitness that Alistair is at. If he can just close that gap, that is a good sign for the local fans, as we see now the entire field being a single file.
Yeah, that was a big move from Alistair there, wasn't it? To see that gap, to go round Rico Bogan and Kyle Smith towards the end of the first lap and then close that gap down at the start of the second lap. And as you said, Jan, look at how that has obliterated the field behind him, how strung out they are. What was one essentially very large pack is now single athletes dotted all the way down the dock.
Talking to a few people throughout the week, they'd been saying that Alistair had told them that he was finally back training to the way that he used to. Kyle Smith actually mentioned that he had a conversation with Aaron Royal talking about how Aaron had hit a few 40-hour training weeks, which he hadn't really managed to do since his dominant short course days, Vicky.
Yeah, Alistair is someone who, of course, pushes himself incredibly hard. He's known, has always been known for his appetite for training and how he loves to just do more than absolutely everybody else out there. That's kind of how he's thrived and how he's been successful throughout his career. And in more recent years, especially, injuries and illness, but mostly injuries, seem to have sort of curtailed what he's been able to do, and that consistency, he's just not been able to find it. But to know and to hear, as you're saying, that he has had a brilliant few weeks of training, I think everyone should be excited and possibly a little bit worried about what he's going to do today.
Yeah, when Alistair is on, he's definitely on. This is something that is, of course, his ability to get right on point for one race. It's difficult to hold that over a series, but London is obviously something that gets him fired up. And London being the site of his greatest success. I'm genuinely curious. I feel this is the kind of course that could suit him as well. We've talked about conditions. It is warmer again than yesterday, I feel. It is less windy also, even that little breath of wind that the athletes would have had. The only reprieve they're getting is going to be in the Excel Centre, which is the large expo centre that's air conditioned and about 20 meters long on the run course. And you've got to run up a solid climb to get there.
I was really excited about Alistair's prospects throughout the week. I'd been hearing these stories, and it was the first time I'd heard them all year about how he was in form. We're seeing a little gap here, by the way, with Kyle Smith. Wouldn't mind seeing... Oh, that's Sam Long, sorry, obviously, in that orange cap. Sam Long a long way back. God, that looks like it's really blown out. That looks like it's really blown out.
Well, to be honest, he was a minute and 30 behind after the first lap. If he can hold that gap, he's 3 minutes back, which is what our numbers man Torsten tends to kind of look into his glass ball and say, well, that's about accurate. San Francisco, I think he got a little bit lucky in terms of the current assistance. I don't think, I know he did. And he has definitely got the legs, especially on this kind of course. Lots of accelerations, lots of pace changes, and that's something where Sam just has numbers that really can only be matched by Magnus Ditlev. So he's seeing the gap grow, but this is the position he's used to fighting from.
So we've seen Aaron Royal has led for the majority of this swim now, and he's still the one driving this pace and keeping it single file. You can see with his rankings relative to everyone in the field today, he's the #1 swimmer. It's almost undisputed at this point that he is the best swimmer in T100 triathlon. He just can't put full races together, though. He obviously had that DNF at San Francisco, and he really, since the Canadian Open, where he finished third behind Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden, hasn't had a result that he's been proud of. Talking to him throughout the week, he really does want to change that. That's why he was so committed to driving the pace here today.
Has he changed his race suit? Has he still got...
We'll find out soon enough, I think.
Has he still got all white?
I'm pretty sure he's still got the same race suit.
I mean, Aaron's been up at altitude training over the last month or so. He's been in Font-Romeu, so I know that that's something he thinks will have given him a little bit of an extra boost going into today's race, and hopefully he'll have one of those performances like he had back at that inaugural PTO race in Edmonton.
quite a few athletes have come off altitude. I'm sure, Jack, you would know a little bit more, but Rico Bogan, he's been at altitude, one of his first camps there. And the one thing I always found, I don't know about you, Vicky, but at altitude, you come down, and after 500 meters, you know whether the day is going to be yours or whether it's going to be a struggle for the rest of the day. And I feel like if you're in a good position here this early on in the race, it's a good sign that altitude camp has worked and things might go a long way.
Yeah, you often come down, and even in the days before the race, you just sort of feel amazing. You've got all that extra oxygen and you just feel like you're flying along on your easy jog or your easy swim session. But yeah, it can sometimes backfire. Sometimes you sort of, whether it's just your body's in adaptation still from all the work you've put in at altitude, you can come down and feel a bit rusty and a bit sluggish. And we often say there are two peaks, one immediately when you come down. I know that's Aaron, he came down just this week, and then another one in a couple of weeks' time. And in between that, you probably feel a bit ropey. So hopefully he's got the timing right, and we'll see something from him today.
We just got eyes on Kyle Smith there. He's been at St. Moritz again, altitude camp in Switzerland. He was there with Frederick Funk, who in 9th place is having the swim of his life. Fred Funk has never been in that position at a T100 race. So I guess with Daniel Bakkegaard there as well and Rico Bogan there as well, they're all at the front of this group. That might speak to what you're talking about, Jan, that altitude camp has really worked for all 4 of those athletes.
Yeah, from what I heard, athletes that they were pushing hard, but they also realized that they were going well and playing it well. Tell you what, seeing the leaderboard at the moment, the thing that surprises me the most is probably Leon Chevalier. The fact that he's within reach. We see him now, he's dropped off a little bit at the back. Sam Laidlow, quite frankly, to be expected. I genuinely, I don't know what he was thinking or if he was thinking. It's just, it's striking. I mean, he's been doing triathlon since he can walk. 8, I think. And you just know a wetsuit is faster, and he's the world champion. If he's not comfortable in his suit, speak to your sponsors, get one made.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, isn't it? Because I understand you want to be comfortable in the water, but speed is speed, and a wetsuit makes you faster, even if you feel more restricted. I think you're right, Jan. I think it's a bizarre decision.
But he is injured. He's got a calf injury. I don't know how well known that is, but
it is now.
To me, that I think that speaks to the fact that he maybe doesn't think he can win today, because if he was at his top form, he wouldn't make a decision like that shortly.
No, he's been playing it down a little bit on social media as well, hasn't he? As we're seeing just hit dry land as they finish the swim portion of this triathlon.
Also, yeah, recently raced the long distance race, and yeah, it's tricky. I mean, the schedule now is packed. There's opportunity. Aaron Royal coming out the front did not manage to extend his lead. Quite the contrary, actually, he's been caught up. But we'll see now. This is an opportunity. They have to run up some stairs to get to their bikes. And we're seeing athletes taking even the transition quite aggressively. We'll see who's going fast and getting out of this course.
Ditlev at only 20 seconds down. That is a fantastic swim from Magnus Ditlev there.
Magnus Ditlev, absolutely, as they come to the bikes. I'm not sure how well he's going to handle the technicalities of this course. I mean, it is tricky. Fred Funk, you mentioned him earlier on, he'll be happy with this swim, I think. It's amazing, everybody's together except for 3-4 straddlers off the back.
Yeah, so we've seen Aaron Royal lead the boys in. Alistair Brownlee was right there with him. Rico Bogan was behind him. Kyle Smith was there too. Smith and Bogan's training partner, Daniel Bakkegaard, right on their heels. American swimmer Ben Canute, he was there too. Greg Barnaby, Jan Stratman, the German, first time here at the T100 World Tour on debut in that group as well. Magnus Ditlev and the returning Max Newman last seen. Sometimes has great swims, sometimes gets dropped. He's there in the front group, as does Peter Hemrich. Jason West, he hasn't missed a front pack swim so far this year, and once again he hasn't. Yuri Kuhn, he was in the front pack after the swim at Singapore, and he is again this time around. And Fred Funk, he's just on the edge of it.
And you see great evidence of the fact that race ranger is not happening at this race. Alistair Brownlee sitting well within the comfort zone of the draft of Aaron Royal. But this is obviously one of the first technical sections where drafting penalties will not be handed out. Jack, you know a little bit more. I think there's 5 zones in total. Take us through them.
Yeah, so there's 5 sections of the course where drafting penalties most likely won't be handed out, because they are like discretionary little zones where if an athlete gets within 10 metres, the TOs might turn a blind eye to it because it was unavoidable. That's at each turnaround point, and then on each lap on the way out, back in, there's like this sort of roundabout section that you go in and out of where it can bunch back together, and then coming back into T2 and out of T1 like we just saw there. That's the 5 zones, and we are seeing the men take quite a while to get out of that zone, though. They do look quite close.
Oh, bottles gone.
2
on.
bottles. Oof.
And we saw the women do that much better yesterday. They were prepared with rubber bands. They had extra safety put onto their bottles, as we see Leon Chevalier finally getting out of the bike course in that fireman's helmet, which is aerodynamically a very fast choice by many athletes. Fashionably a questionable one. The Frenchman, who actually doesn't live too far from here. Is that true, Vicky?
I believe he lives in Bath. Yeah, I used to actually train with Leon a fair amount. Yeah, so he's based in Bath. Has lived in Bath since about 2018 now. So he's a local lad, even though he's still very French.
We don't have the timing on screen, but I have this at over 3 minutes behind. So I think Sam Long has sort of lost a bit of extra time on that second lap compared to the leaders.
He'll be happy to get ground under his feet. The strongest legs in triathlon for a while. He called himself the strongest dad in triathlon. He's a crowd favorite. He looked focused. He's readjusted his season to be ready for the PTO and actually taken a break. It's a long way for him to make it to that lead pack that we're seeing on the left. Aaron Royal here, the guys making good time already. Remember, they've got 25 seconds to pass. Alistair should probably start passing as well. Looks like he's well within the zone. And Sam is...
We're getting 3.
Fist pumping himself into this. That's what he does. You know, he's got it. He tries to be serious, but in himself there is a little kid living, and I think it's that energy that carries him.
Yeah, we're seeing 3 minutes and 36 seconds down for Sam Long, so that is a big deficit for him to make up. And yeah, he's pumping up with the crowd there, and we mentioned it earlier on, this is a phenomenal crowd here, especially inside that Excel Centre, but 3 minutes and 36, he's got a lot of work to do.
So we're seeing Rico Bogan here at the lead of the race. Kyle Smith behind him. I guess this is just coming into the discretionary zone here, so the athletes are allowed to bunch up a little bit, but we did see on the way out that they were quite close. Aaron Royal was the one who did hold his space. And we're back with the leaders. Rico Bogan just looked over his shoulder. He saw Kyle Smith behind him. Alistair Brownlee right behind him. And then Kyle Smith there, Aaron Royal there at the bottom of it as well. Yeah, Rico Bogan, he has a reputation for not performing well in the heat. And if it's under 15 degrees, he's a world champion and looks like the best in the world. But if it's over 18 degrees, sometimes suffers. It's about 25, 26 degrees out there today, and it does feel really hot. Should that be a factor?
Well, it is absolutely hot by London terms. The fact of what we're seeing just at the back of his saddle is a red rubber band that should be holding a bottle. He has lost his nutrition already going over the speed bumps that will create a bit of a bottle graveyard. And it's definitely something that he struggled with, but he did say he's been preparing for it as well. He is obviously getting to a point as a young athlete that he's trying to round his performance more and more. And, you know, we're getting the motorbike chasing him here. He's looking over his shoulder to try and see where they can create a gap. This is the kind of course, I mean, it's very technical. There's a lot of ins and outs. And the surges out of the roundabouts, I mean, they are what's going to hurt by the time they get to the 6th and 7th lap. It's definitely interesting, but athletes who favor technical terrains will definitely be enjoying the benefit of saving some energy for the run.
This is an important group here for Aaron Royal, Jan. He has suffered on the bike in the T100 World Tour so far. He keeps getting dropped by these lead groups, so he's the one who pushes the pace in the swim, and then as soon as the pace is on in the bike, he does tend to suffer. He's been working on it. He's been speaking about it. Today he really wants to hold this front group, and he's determined to do so even if it blows up his race.
Yeah, and that's what he needs to do. I mean, he's got the strength in the swim. He's a decent runner, coming obviously from an Olympic background. And, you know, he comes in, that's definitely something he has to do. But he knows about this since the European Open last year. I can tell that for a fact because I was sitting there with him. And, you know, for me, it was clear I got to close that gap if I want to be the front guys. And so far, he hasn't been able to do it. Let's see if he can today. Although I do have a feeling if we keep looking at the field and how they're spaced out, there could still be some outside dynamics changing things up.
So we're seeing the percentage of max heart rate again, Jan. They were on full display yesterday. David McNamee down low, 95%, the only man in the red zone. The lead group, oh, surprisingly low. Look at Alistair Brownlee's number, 87%. That's the lowest in the lead group.
The thing is, just from when are these max heart rate numbers? I always used to put down 197, and I haven't reached that since I've left my 20s. It's one of those things. It's not an objective number. And Alistair, you know, he's been around the block for a while, so you can only calculate the data that's provided. And yeah, it's something. I think we're even 87% of your max heart rate. Remember, your max heart rate is normally created during, say, a 400-meter sprint. If you take one lap of an oval, that's where you probably get up to your highest heart rate. Whereas this is a 3.5-hour event, so to be up close to your 90s it's taxing for sure.
We are seeing that Kyle Smith's entered that zone behind Rico Bogan, so he will have to go to the front of the bike now or get a drafting penalty, and you can see he has made the decision to go around to the right and pass on the right and take the lead of this bike course, Jan.
Yeah, I mean, the guys have been training together, so it's definitely the same thing now for Rico Bogan. He has sometimes pull back. It's a smart kind of place because they're going through a technical section, so you know, he can just sit up a little bit. But this is also the fastest section where you can actually push some numbers out on this course. The women were talking about it yesterday. It's not an easy course to navigate simply because that's how a major city's road is. It's not ideal. It's not comfortable. There's potholes. There are some zones of construction going on. I mean, this is one of the most iconic cities in the world, right? And for them to close off the roads for these athletes to race is amazing. But, you know, it's not exactly like a French countryside road where you're out on your time trial bike and only listening to the sound of your chain as you're going along at 50k an hour.
Talking to Kyle Smith during the week, Jan, he said something really interesting to me. He hasn't won a big race yet, a big T100 race or a World Championship level race, and he said, at San Francisco, I was there all day in the lead. I thought I wasn't the fittest man on the field. I thought Martin Van Riel was going to be fitter than me, and when Martin Van Riel came up to him in the run, he just thought, oh well, that's sort of my day, I'll hang tough here as much as I can. And then after the race, he reflected on it and he thought, you know what, I think Martin Van Riel was struggling more than me throughout the day. I think I was actually the fittest man in the field, and I just didn't have the confidence to back myself because I haven't won one of these big races yet. We've seen him today. He led the swim on the first lap. He's taken charge of the bike here early. Do you expect, given that we're going to see different racing tactics from Kyle today?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the old Henry Ford saying, right? Whether you think you can or you think you cannot, you're probably right. And that's what what he showed in San Francisco. He just didn't believe that he was ready. Martin Van Riel came in as the undefeated 70.3 guy. He had some very, very fast splits, and we didn't quite know where he would feature. And in hindsight, effort is always easier than what it seems. As we see 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll get a good look on how many athletes have managed to stay around for this first 3/4 of a lap. Get some eyes on that. Ben Canute coming around. He's obviously one of the stronger guys. Oh, no, it looks like a nicely bunched up pack at the back there. Oh, no, I'm not on apparently I can't say pack anymore. Apparently it's a long line. But it wasn't a line. They were next to each other.
It was a
I just call it as it is. What do you want me to say?
You have been getting in trouble for that throughout the week, Jan. You're not allowed to say pack.
How long is this non-drafting zone? I mean, literally, Alistair has to make sure he doesn't touch, is it Rico Bogan's back wheel over there?
He's too close. Yeah, plain and simple, he's too close at this point. He's supposed to be out of the zone by now, so that is close. We'll see if we have any penalties today. We had our first ever drafting penalty in the T100 history yesterday, Jan, and then it got revoked and it didn't happen, so we are still penalty-free for drafting in the T100 World Tour. Maybe we will see one today. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, again, on this technical kind of course, you know, you always have this kind of accordion effect where things come together and pull apart. And that's why Carl Smith is actually being quite smart. He's sitting at the front and just staying out of trouble. He's creating a little bit of a gap here. He is a very aggressive technical kind of rider. He's done a lot of work on his descending, which probably wasn't as on point when he first came to Europe, but he caught up very, very quickly. And we see here something that we saw very little in the women's race yesterday. He's staying in the aerodynamic position throughout the technical sections. And that is just something that creates a 5-6 meter gap every single time that somebody else has to make an effort to try and close. So it's smart racing from the Kiwi up the front for now.
Well, Jan, we've seen that there's been a different winner in the males field at every T100 race so far. So if that trend does continue, I think it makes sense that it would be this man here, the man that everyone's been talking about as the favourite all week, Kyle Smith. If you had a look at his rankings there, he was within the top 10 across all disciplines. And coming off San Francisco, I wanted to ask you this question. Do you think his confidence will be the highest it's ever been in his career?
Well, I don't know. I think initially when he came off, because remember after COVID, he had a fair amount of success in New Zealand when he was racing probably smaller fields and smaller kind of competition. And he came over, and in the beginning, I think he was a little bit surprised by the overall level. Not in an overly confident way, but it's just you win a race and you see somebody who's done well international, you compare yourself against them, you do well. And so I think he's had some health issues, he's had a few kind of training issues, and he's found a good rhythm now. And, you know, rightfully so, he's building up step by step by not wanting too much every time and just, you know, being happy with the progress, not being disappointed with a 10th, despite a 10th being his best result ever, perhaps.
So Kyle Smith's just looking at the motorbike then, and he's saying, get out of the way, you are in the draft zone. You are going to make it easier for Rico Bogan behind me to sit in, and it's dangerous. So Kyle Smith got the wherewithal. Oh, it's Magnus Ditlev actually behind him, also having a massive crack at the motorbike. Magnus Ditlev already less than 10 kilometres into the ride. He's taking charge.
Oh, and he's going through the aid station here, not taking up a bottle. So, yeah, it's surprising that athletes would be taking a bottle this early on. But the two of these guys, that could be a dangerous duo. Rico Bogan, we know he can push himself deep. Max Newman. Oh, wow. He's going to have to go past everybody here if they're strict on it. I know this is a no penalty zone.
Yuri Kjell and Daniel Backegard.
Oh, my goodness.
Is this a pack or is it a line?
No, this is definitely a pack. I mean, oh, my.
The motorbike's being yelled at. He's been told to get out of the way by Magnus. Kyle's having a crack at him. You can see this is definitely a pack here. I mean, the feed zone there, they are allowed to bunch up a little bit, but they've got to get out of it. They've got to get out of it very quickly because this bike race has bunched up here.
It's a tricky one, right? The motorbike's got to be there because we want to get the images and the world wants to see it, and these guys want the coverage. But they just need to find that position. And, you know, I think in this kind of course specifically, it's dangerous because these guys are so close. The moto itself is not actually probably at fault. It's more that the whole dynamic is just, it's very tight.
I guess we have the best 20 men in the world racing, so there is going to be a lot of aggressive, excited, motivated men at the front of the race. They're bunched together because they all want to be at the front of the race, but this here is way too close. And if there's not a penalty given here, then I mean, maybe we'll never get one. There's about
That's
6
a good
men
name.
then.
That's a good name. It's not a pack, it's a bunch.
There's about 6 men who
This
should
is
have
a
got
Sunday
penalty
morning
right there.
bunch. Oh, somebody else.
Young
That's Stratman coming through.
Rico's there.
Everyone's
David
there.
McNamee's there.
David McNamee's there.
Greg Barnaby was there.
We
Fred
got-
Funk's at the back of it. He's not drafted.
We go that I think Clement Mignon and Sam Laidlow, they are working together to try and bridge up these athletes. They're 30 seconds back from our number genius Torsten, who's providing us with some spotting duties as well.
Well, Jan, we are joined by yesterday's champion, the 5-time PTO/T100 champion. Only Taylor Nibbs won more than one, and that's at 2. So the queen of the T100, she's back, and she's going to join us in commentary for the next 45 minutes or so. Ashley Gentle, an honour, a privilege to have you here.
Hi, thank you for letting me join your commentary team for a while.
It's good to have you. How are you feeling today?
I'm all right. I'm feeling a little bit sore. I think the course took a toll on my body a little bit, but yeah, definitely happy to be here and to stick around to watch this men's race.
We saw you had a good swig of champagne on the podium. Well deserved. Were there any celebrations last night?
I kept it pretty quiet. One of my friends from school lives in London, so I was lucky enough to be able to see her and hang out with her and Josh in the hotel bar last night, and yeah, have a drink and have some nice food, and then yeah, watch some Olympics actually. So I kept the sport rolling all evening, and yeah, wanted to make sure I got a good sleep if it was possible, because I wanted to be able to yeah, be out here today to watch this men's race.
Amazing. I think yeah, we're finally providing some entertainment between all the monotony that the Olympics has been. So if you're switched on, this is where it's at. We are seeing some incredible...
Look at this. Can I ask, Ash, can I ask your opinion of this? You won the weight race yesterday. You raced a really clean race. What do you think of this group we're seeing?
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough. Yes, I understand that they are in a big group, but I will say that I was by myself for most of the ride, and there was a group of women behind me, Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, Lisa Norden, Lucy Byram, and then maybe a couple others at some point. And when I was looking across, they were definitely keeping their distance, which I obviously very much appreciated and respected as I was trying to stay away from them. So yeah, I understand you need to definitely be aggressive to try and make sure that you you know, stay in these groups, but yeah, obviously respecting the 20-meter draft rule would be something that I would hope all my competitors wanted to do.
I mean, if I look at this right now, Max is at the back of it. He's very close to Alistair. Alistair's very close to Daniel Bakkegaard. Daniel Bakkegaard looked very close to, maybe it was Yuri Kuon's. Hard to see, my eyesight not good enough. I mean, the only person we can say for certainty is not drafting right now is Magnus Ditlev, and that's because he's out in front.
And probably Sam Long.
I was going to say exactly.
I did mean from this group.
And probably Laidlow, Mignon and Von Berg too, actually. Those men at the back there, I guess it would be psychologically quite difficult for them too, because they could possibly be pushing out a lot more power than some of these men at the front here. But you know, when you look across and see big groups, it's obviously quite difficult to see that, especially when you're so early in on the bike ride and knowing that you're going to have to do a lot of this by yourself.
And how would it be for Jason West? He's 1 minute and 45 back already after one lap. He was out there, well, with the front pack, extended front pack. That's a very quick way to put in a reverse gear and go down the ladder.
So Jan, Max Newman here, front and centre of screen. He won the PTO European Open that you raced in. You say you participated in it, not racing it, but you were there that day. Came 5th from memory. We haven't seen him in the better part of a year and a half. What do we expect from him today?
Jeez, you're undercutting me. That was 4th.
4th, yes.
No, I'm so glad to see him back. It is tough to be in that spot of injury Alistair Brownlee here having some kind of technical difficulty. That should technically also be a littering penalty, but again, we are in London, so let's not be too strict. It's just another bit of decoration on the side of the road. And we have, just getting back to, where were we?
What was the question?
Ash Gentle was just laughing off mic as well.
No, Max Newman, you know, it's wonderful to see an athlete come back after such a long time. He's obviously struggled with injury, and he struggled to find a solution about his ITB, which is the side of your leg. For those of you not familiar with that injury, it's very common amongst runners and cyclists, basically a pain that refers down to the knee. And he seems to have got a hold on it. He says he's not firing on all cylinders, but this is great to see because he's competitive, he's at the front of the race. He would be playing it defensively, that's his strategy anyways. He is a very balanced athlete across all three disciplines. And he'd be playing a smart game to try and hold his position and then, you know, defensively run and probably aim for, I don't know what his actual aim, what his actual strategy would be, but I think he would be very, very content fighting for a podium.
So we've heard stories about Alistair Brownlee's shape going into the race. Ash, you've raced short course at the pinnacle of the sport. You're now the queen of the T100 Tour. You and Alistair Brownlee have sort of had complete opposite careers. Alistair Brownlee was dominant over short course. You had a decade of ups and downs through short course, and then coming over to T100 and middle distance triathlon, you found really where you're always meant to be, I think, whereas Alistair Brownlee's struggled to get it right. Why do you think that is? What's the difference between you and him?
Oh gosh, I think there's probably many differences between myself and Alistair Brownlee. I don't have 2 Olympic gold medals around my neck. So yes, he's obviously a very achieved athlete and had a very successful short course career. What he was able to achieve at a very young age was very impressive. So yeah, obviously he's always been a very well-rounded and a hugely talented athlete, and yeah, it's some huge success in short course, but I also think that you probably wouldn't want to ride him off in this distance either.
So we're seeing a few athletes pass as they're using a technical feature of the course. Basically through around a roundabout, you know, there's some benefit to taking a little bit more of an aggressive line. You just don't have to push quite such big numbers. But trying to pass and then find the space to slot in for these 2 or 3 athletes on the right, it's going to be difficult because they're tightly bunched at the front, and technically they've only got 45 seconds to pass. So this is a risky move at this stage because there's a fast open section, and if someone like Magnus Ditlev is driving the pace up the front, then you know it's got to be hard to actually get close or potentially pass him.
And that's a really nerve-wracking experience or prospect, right? If you go around and you go into that draft zone and you're at the back, and then you go around and see that there's actually no gaps to fill and nowhere you can slot in, and then you see someone like Magnus Ditlev at the front, it's obviously very daunting to know that you're going to have to overtake that whole group to get to the front, and you actually might be burning a lot of matches. So hopefully you kind of could see a lot of the men spreading out to the distance just before in that open road, and I think there's going to be a few men that might have, you know, used a few matches trying to stay out of the draft zone and get to the front of that bike.
And in complete contrast to the front of the race, we have Sam Long. He's out here by himself. There's no one inside. He's 3 minutes and 45 seconds behind that lead group.
He is. I mean, that's a long way, and that also means he's made up exactly 0 time, which is a little bit understandable if you look at the front group and its dynamics. Of course, if that pace at the front is being driven by someone like Magnus Ditlev, then it's difficult for anyone to make up any time. And the only one who's made up some time is Sam Laidlow. I mean, that's pretty incredible. He made a gamble to swim without a wetsuit. He lost a bit of time. He made a similar decision in Miami when he decided to put on socks in T1 instead of T2. It took him almost 70 kilometers of the 80K to get to the front. We are into lap 2 and he's already closed that gap. And his name, companion, Sam Long, out here by himself. But he's somebody who's definitely thriving in the second half of the race, so don't write him off just yet.
Yeah, Sam Laidlow must have been by far the fastest moving athlete in the first 2 laps of that bike. To make up was just over a minute, so that's some significant time that he's caught up there. So it'll be interesting to see how he kind of fits in that lead group, and potentially someone like him can actually spread that group out a little bit, and I'm sure there's a few men that would like to be able to create some gaps and try and get away.
Sam Laidlow does have that rare combination of being an extremely good technical rider, somebody who takes a lot of risk and who has big power. He showed that in his world title. I mean, if you'd have a close-up of some of his descents, I think it's stomach-turning stuff. And I mean, if you look at his intent, I think it's, yeah, definitely going to be an interesting second half of the bike course.
And as always, the 4th discipline of triathlon is transition. Swim, bike and run matter, but you can see that transition also matters with how these dynamics at the front of the bike play out. We can see Kyle Smith, he had the fastest transition, 1 minute and 6 seconds. He did lead them out onto the bike. Sam Long, he's 3 minutes and 45 seconds back now, but he has made up, 3 or 4 seconds on some of them in transition here. And maybe that motivation from the crowd as he threw them the fist pump is what got him those few extra seconds. I think pretty much everyone else we can see there was part of that select front group, and at the pointy end of it, apart from Sam Laidlow. So clearly exiting the water, he did make a decision to ride up.
What's going on here?
I think that's a front flat.
Flat.
That is a flat. Something we didn't see too much, but there were quite a few flats actually in the race yesterday as well. And on this kind of course, he's now going to have to make his way to the next technical stop to get a spare wheel, a different wheel. This is something that's dominated a few of his races, and that's a pity. I mean, a home race, you really don't wish it upon anyone at any time, but in this kind of situation when the racing is on and it's hot. Luckily, I don't think he's too far away from the technical
it's just there.
help, so
yep.
It's right there. But yet again, everyone else is going 50k an hour. He has to stop, change a wheel, put it back in.
And I will say, I think there was a lot of force going through my bike on some of those speed bumps, through my cockpit and also through my front wheel. And obviously these men have got more weight behind them than the women. So, when you are moving at those speeds and you do have to hit about 3 or 4 speed bumps at that pace, there's a lot of impact there, so potentially that's one of the reasons for that front flat from Alistair.
As we get eyes here on Sam Long, the lone wolf chasing from behind. So far he's only losing time. If we're looking at it, he came out at 3:30 odd, made up a second or two as we saw on the transition times. But yeah, he's losing some time here. Probably only gaining on Jason West.
So Sam Long, 3 minutes and 52 seconds behind. That lead front group is being driven by Magnus Ditlev. I think most people would consider Magnus Ditlev, Sam Laidlow and Sam Long the 3 strongest cyclists in middle distance, long distance triathlon. Obviously there's other men who can throw their names in the hat like Alistair Brownlee and Mathis Margiriere. But this battle is essentially Sam Long trying to keep up with the pace of Magnus Ditlev, and that's an impossible task for most people, let alone when you're out there by yourself and Magnus is joined by a group.
Oh my God.
We're not allowed to call this isn't a line, this is a group. This is a straight group. A penalty has to be given. I think one surely imminent.
Look at that. I mean, that's 2 bike lengths at best. A little bit more, then we see a pass. That pass would have to be to the front. It's so tight.
Yeah, I think that's Daniel Backergaard on the right there, trying to make a pass. Yes. And then is that Kyle Smith behind him?
So we've got Jan Strutman there in the red and white. We've got Kyle Smith in front of him, Fred Funk in the blue. Daniel Backergaard was ahead of him. Max Newman's the one just behind who we went past.
if this is something to go, I mean, it's 3 minutes for a drafting penalty. Sam Long might be in it. He's probably only 54 seconds behind on most of this pack if we're getting to see it.
Is there a world where they give multiple drafting penalties here and the whole group's it's up in the penalty tent and Sam Long does take the lead of the triathlon?
I'm hoping they spread out here after this turnaround, because it is actually quite a tight turnaround. There is a roundabout there, but as you can see, we actually just do a U-turn around the medium strip, so it does come up super quickly off that ramp, and then obviously there's a little rise here where hopefully, yeah, you can see them spreading out a lot more here.
Well, quite frankly, this also no penalty zone has saved a lot of the guys who were overtaking, who would have technically had to go to the front. And here we have a change in leader. Magnus Ditlev sitting behind. This is Roth 2023 all over when these two guys rode off the front together. They put about 12 minutes into the pack then. And this is a dangerous combination. I'm very, very impressed with Sam Laidlow, how he's come and just taken it by the horns, riding off the front. We can see a little bit of tape on his calf there. That's what you were referring to earlier, Jack. But for now, he's lighting up the course.
I guess he has no option, Jan. He's had a calf injury coming into the race. He's coming off a full distance race. I think he sees his only avenue to have a good performance here to go to the front of the bike, push high power and try and get a gap. I think he would probably be pretty excited to have Magnus Ditlev there. He would see him as a strong ally. They've done it before, like you said, Jan. They've been off the front of the race at the Ironman World Championships together. They've been off the front of the race at Challenge Roth together, two of the biggest races in full distance triathlon. And like you said, here they are together again. So we're going to throw down to Vicky. She's with Richard Laidlow, the coach and father of Sam.
That's right, I am down here with Richard Laidlow, Sam Laidlow's dad, and of course his coach. We'll talk a bit about that dynamic later on. But first off, I want to say that we've talked about in commentary the controversial decision to not wear a wetsuit. Sam is now leading the race, so talk us through it.
Yeah, it was something we came up with to try and keep his core body temperature low, so when he gets out onto the bike that he can actually push. Having a water temperature of 19, 20 degrees, he's touching with a wetsuit on and pushing as hard as they're pushing, his core body temperature is just going to shoot out and raise his heart rate. So it was a gamble, but at the moment it looks as though it's working. So I'm happy with that. I was slightly worried about where he came out of the swim. I expected him to be a little bit higher, but then again, until you put it into a race perspective, you don't know what's going to happen.
So he did come out of the water with around a 1 minute deficit. He's slashed that deficit down within a couple of laps and gone straight to the front. He's looking brilliant on the bike right now. This is surely is going to plan.
Well, we'll see what happens. I don't think so. I mean, if his heart rate, we train off a lot on his heart rate. So he should be monitoring how he's actually going there. He should be able to pull along, and hopefully with the pace he's going at the moment, it might stop the drafting that's happening behind.
Yes, certainly. So he has gone to the front, and he will be, I'm sure, hoping to put some power down. We've heard whispers that he may have a little bit of a calf issue. What are we expecting from him later on in the race?
Well, yeah, the last race he did, coming at about 25, 26 kilometres, he pulled his calf. It's very similar to what happened in Roth last year. Not as bad this time, and we've treated it, and he's kept it going. So the run is, we'll see how he's running. There's no pain, he's running, so let's see. He's running well, but we'll see how he goes when he gets onto the run.
Okay, and let's go back to that dynamic of being father and son, but also being coach and athlete. Now, does that mean it's always sunshine and rainbows, or are there maybe a few bust-ups along the way?
Not anymore. No, it's basically sunshine and rainbows most of the time, to be honest. We work well together. We know we're a working partnership. Obviously, a 25-year-old doesn't need their dad as much as what a 5-year-old does, so it's sort of that dynamic has slightly changed a little bit, and we work really well together. But again, we're a family unit with both Michelle and Jake sort of also within the whole sort of bubble, let's say, and it works really well. We keep each other grounded, let's say.
It does seem to be working right now. Sam's had some great successes. We wish him well today, and we'll let you get back to watching him on the big screen or out on course.
Thank you very much. Good luck to everybody out there.
So back with our race leader here, Sam Laidlow. I was interested in something that Richard, his coach and dad, said then, Jan. He said that there wasn't too much pain in the calf. He didn't sound like it was that big a deal. Sam Laidlow's coach and dad, Richard Laidlow, didn't seem like he sounded too worried about that calf injury. Do you think that that's a bluff in any world, Jan? Is there a chance that he's been telling people that through the week, put some tape on it, and he doesn't really have an issue? Or do you think that's just Richard playing it down a little bit?
He's not playing it down. He's his coach, he's his dad, and it's the middle of the race. You don't want anybody to know your cards exactly. And, you know, it's the right thing. You couldn't possibly say anything different regardless of what's actually going on. You know, and he certainly made me eat my words when they were actually having some deep thought about, you know, going without a wetsuit and coming in here, keeping his core temperature down. You can, interestingly enough, see he's got 4 bottles on his bike, and he's got a frame internal nutrition system. So if you add that up, that's 753 liters, 3.5 liters plus internal. He's carrying over 4 liters of fluids with him for what's going to be an under 2-hour bike. So, you know, he's getting ready to make sure he stays hydrated in this kind of heat. But the great thing is for him, he's going to be going through those aid stations and not having to take on anything. And the way we're seeing the motorbike right there, I think he would slowly be creating a bit of a gap, because we're seeing some athletes distance just going the other way. The pace is hot.
Yeah, I wonder if Magnus is just behind Sam here. It'd be interesting to try and get a look back to see what the gap is and see if a few of these athletes can get away, because you can definitely see on that U-turn that there was some athletes coming in as, you know, Sam, who was definitely heading out of that. So I think there's definitely been some gaps created here. So there'll be a few athletes happy about that and a few athletes, you know, just trying to hold on.
Well, Magnus Ditlev is someone who's always very mindful of bringing other athletes up the front. He says that in every single interview, that he's always trying to be aware of the situation. Again, Sam, I think here with a little bit of an upper hand just through the technical sections, it's something that Magnus knows, it's something that Magnus would be working on. That's just the way he operates. If he knows he's got a weakness, he's going to be going through it. And on the right of your screen, we're still seeing Sam Long, the Lone Ranger, coming through the technical sections. I mean, he is still on his way out to the turnaround point, whereas these guys are already going back, probably close to 50k an hour, going the wrong direction from Sam's perspective. I mean, the gap is growing, and it's growing fast. So we've just had news. Alistair Brownlee is back on the bike. We're not seeing him on screen for now. He's 2 minutes back from Sam Laidlow, but he is moving forward. Let's see if Sam Long will catch him within the next few laps probably, and they can form an allegiance. But we have also received news that Sam Laidlow had the fastest second lap on the bike, half a minute quicker than the next. I mean, that is a remarkable stat and remarkable speed achievement from Sam Laidlow. If he can do that, even with the pack dynamics that we're seeing at the back, this is going to be a huge ride from the man.
So Sam Laidlow, obviously the Ironman World Champion in 2024 in a really impressive performance at Nice. He said that last year he didn't get his year right. He said he completely mistimed everything. He got too fit too soon. He was pretty much at his fittest starting the year in Gran Canaria, and then from there he felt like his year he sort of got less and less and less fit, with a little bit of a spike before the World Championships. But he feels like this year he's got things right. He feels like he's been on a continual upwards trajectory leading into this race. He still feels like he's getting better and better. And we saw him lead the race in Miami a little bit earlier in the year, and he believes he's a lot fitter now than what he was then.
3, hang on. Oh, he gets the 4th one.
I'm surprised he needs a bottle.
Yeah, absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4. And remember, he's got that internal system as well. But this is just water, and I think he's just taking that on to cool himself. I don't know. You could probably tell us better. Ooh.
Fred Funk has never led a T100 race. This could be the first time in T100 history, and it's going to be. Fred Funk, the first time he has ever led a T100 race.
That's a good start. I like Fred. I like the way he races. He races honestly. He always tries to keep a gap. And good for him. It's a good start. As we're seeing a little bit shorter of a line as we saw at this stage, I think, last lap. So it looks like there is a bit of a gap being created.
Yeah, well, that's Kyle Smith at the back of this group of 7. Peter Hemrich is next in line. He's about 12 seconds behind Kyle Smith, so probably about 10 seconds behind the motorbike where you're getting these pictures from. So we now do have a very clear front group of 7. Fred Funk, the man, he's out in front. He's closely followed by Sam Laidlow. Magnus Ditlev's in behind him. Rico Bogan next, Yuri Kuhn and Daniel Bakkegaard.
That's great to see. I mean, Fred Funk is a good cyclist. I mean, he's a good athlete. He's had some good races. He's never been able to show it in such a big field, of course, where any weakness gets exploited. But it's nice to see. Fred, of course, being coached by Dan Lorang as well, the coach of
everyone.
Everyone who's doing well. Not quite, but yeah, in this front pack, Carl Smith's coach as well. So good for him.
So on your pylon on the left, the top 20 leaderboard, there's timing mats right throughout this bike course. We know Fred Funk is at the front of the race. That's because he overtook just before they got to the last timing mat. So on the next timing mat, that will be flipped and he will be shown as the leader.
As we see Sam Long taking his first scalp in Jason West, who
has not been riding well this year, Jan.
No, but that's quickly going backwards by his standards as well. I mean, he's definitely been working on the bike. I'm not sure where things aren't quite clicking. We've seen him put on phenomenal run performances in the past years, but if you're losing 4 minutes in 3 laps, that's not a strong sign.
It's probably nice for Sam Long to at least see someone on the course, though, right? Obviously, the next person in line is Rudy von Berg, so it'll be interesting to see if Sam can, keep pushing the power and catch up to those men who are, about a minute to 2 minutes in front of him now.
Well, he spoke of Hellmonth. Unfortunately, Hellmonth has so far resulted in him losing a minute since he's got out of the swim. That's certainly nothing we're used to seeing from him. He's caught Jason West, of course, but yeah, that's the first time he's not trailing the race, but still losing time to the front, which is just a testament of how hot the pace is that Sam Laidlow and I guess now Fred Funk are setting at the front.
And potentially the technical nature of this course might have something to do with that. I'm not really sure where Sam Long's at with that compared to the other men, but obviously navigating through these roundabouts and also the dead turns, and also just, staying aero, like Jan said, through the roundabouts and through some of those technical sections. Obviously, when you're travelling at the speed that these men are, it really adds up. So it'll be interesting to see, if that's making a difference too, because we know how much power Sam Long can put out.
But over 8 laps, that's going to add up, right? If every single time you're pushing, and what would he be going out of a corner? Somewhere between 500 and 800 watts, depending on what's coming afterwards. And you do that only so many times, it's just going to cost you energy. As we see another rubber band of Daniel Bakkegaard bouncing in the wind, which means that he's lost a bottle going through either one of the roundabouts or the speed bumps. But this is a great position for him. I mean, he's in the top 7. He's made this gap, and I feel it's about time. I mean, he hasn't really lived up to his potential in the T100 Series yet.
So we've got Kyle Smith here at the back of this lead group of 7, like we just saw on screen. Daniel Bakkegaard in front of him. Yuri Kulin's the next man in line that you can just see going out of the top of your picture. You can also get eyes on Rico Bogan there as well, sitting in 4th position. Interesting to see Kyle Smith sitting at the back of this pack, Jan. I wonder if that's just because he wants to stay out of the draft zone. He really wants to make sure he doesn't get a penalty. I think we saw him being very aggressive at the start of the race, showing he wants to ride hard. And knowing Kyle, I do think he's probably dropped back just to make sure that he's staying out of danger.
Let's be honest. If Sam Laidlow and Magnus Diddler are pushing the pace, you're not going to ride off the front. That's just the way it is. And I think Kyle would be backing himself and his running legs. I mean, he's been working hard on his running. He's shown an upward trajectory, and hopefully this is a sign of confidence rather than a sign of weakness of staying in there. But you have to say the dynamics of accelerating, trying to get back in. He's shaking his head here, actually.
He's freewheeling.
So he's so angry about the drafting. He's one of the loudest voices about it. Well, every week we come to these T100 races, he's talking about how it's getting a bit ridiculous, and he's shaking his head at the camera. That's Kyle Smith sending a signal, sending a message saying, let's sort this out.
I think, you know, he would have probably been quite aggressive at the start too, because when there are so many men in that line, and he does want to make sure that he stays out of trouble, I guess the best way to do that is to go to the front. So that's definitely what he was doing at the start of the bike, and now there are those gaps appearing. Potentially he can kind of get into his groove, and if he wants to try and save his run legs a bit, potentially the back of the group, like Jan said, when Laidlow and Ditlev are pushing out the power, maybe it's the best place for him to be.
The bottom left-hand side of your screen, you're seeing the transition area. It's very hot out there today, a bit hotter than the women's race yesterday, so sitting inside in the air-conditioned building, a really nice place to watch a triathlon.
That's the only reprieve they're getting. We saw you, Ash, yesterday as you came out after the victory ceremony. You were freezing as I basically forced you to stand in the sun. Does it help at all when you're running through there? Is it a little moment of just like a cool breath of air?
Yeah, for sure, but like Jack mentioned, it wasn't quite as hot for the women's race yesterday as it is today. Although there is clouds kind of coming over, so potentially, you know, if they stay around, it might give them a bit of reprieve. But yeah, I'm sure some of these men like Rico that don't like the heat as much will love running through there. But yeah, I don't mind the heat, so I'm not a big fan of the aircon, so I wasn't too fast.
Don't mind the heat. Loves the heat.
Yep. Coming from Queensland, you're definitely used to it.
Yuri Kulin, the Singapore champion. Rico Bogan, third at San Francisco. Magnus Ditlev, Sam Laidlow, Fred Funk still out in front. We saw an age group race here on this course this morning. 4,500 age group participants. It was crazy. There was so many people. If you want to be a part of it next year, get your phone out, open your camera. The QR code for registration is in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can save yourself up to 45% off a number of different races there by getting the early bird entry. Look at that. It's so good to be part of a triathlon with this many people. It's motivating, it's fun. When you finish the race, there's nothing better than sharing war stories. And it's a chance for you to get to race on the same course as the pros. The course that Ash Gentle won on yesterday, the course that Fred Funk is at the lead of today. And what a sight seeing Magic Fred XX at the front of the race, the first time ever in T100 history.
I gotta say, it is really nice to see. Is that a bottle cage just under his chest?
Yep, that's an empty bottle cage.
Oh, Sam Long, something's
his chain. That's in all sorts of directions.
It's got caught in between the frame there, hasn't it?
That could have been one of the speed bumps too, because, I don't know, the camera doesn't do it justice, just how rough it is out there. So hopefully he can get that spotted.
Hard to fix. He's got to get that out over the top and then around. Yep, which he's done.
Oh,
he's got to get now it's crossed over. That's tricky.
Mike Mechanic.
We've got Vicky. Vicky's on site. She's with Team Long right now.
We had an athlete who had a bike mechanic come help us.
That's right, we are down here watching on the big screen as we're just seeing what's happened to Sam. I'm with Brandon Felk, you are Sam's mental coach. What do you think about what's going on here?
Well, Sam's well prepared for this stuff. We worked through the challenges so that he can stay balanced and problem solve in the moment. So this is a perfect opportunity for him to work through his stress response and get centered and get back out there.
So when you do something like when you work through that, what is his process? Is he just trying to keep his heart rate low, try to keep focus, not panic? What's he going to be going through in his mind?
Yeah, we want to take some deep breaths and start to regulate emotions, and we want to get centered and balanced so that we can pull from resources from the past. So he has a lot of experience, and so we want to be able to utilize that experience in the race when the unexpected happens.
Well, he is back riding now, so we'll sort of rewind and start again, if you like, without that drama that just unfolded in front of us there. Sam has had many swims in his career where he's had to come from behind. Do you think that helps him to become a stronger athlete mentally, knowing he's always coming from behind?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of work on his swim, like getting his mindset balanced and acceptance with where he's at, so that when he gets onto the bike, he can just go, like he's not having to run from a deficit. So it's really, he's able to work through stress responses very rapidly now because we built like a flexible, adaptive mindset, so that no matter what's coming his way, he can adapt very quickly.
How did he end up becoming his coach? Can you just tell us briefly how that occurred?
Yeah, so I've been working with Laura Gruden for a while. We went to college together, so it's been about 5 years working with her, and so when her and Sam met, she was trying to plug in me, trying to get me to work with him, and so I've been working with Sam for about 2 years now.
Well, I'm sure you'll get back out there on course and be yelling some cues at him maybe to keep him centered as he continues, but thanks for coming to talk to us.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Do you think he had the pictures in front of him, or was he just giving a ChatGPT reply as to what mental training he does?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether his knowledge of triathlon is quite, good enough to know exactly what was happening. More a mindset expert, but that is a very tricky moment for Sam Long there, Ash. I mean, he's going to be 5-6 minutes down now. We'll wait and see at the next checkpoint. Where do you think his head's at?
It would have been obviously pretty tough because that's time that he couldn't afford to lose. So I was not really sure what was going on there. But yeah, obviously it's going to be really, really tough for him to get back in the game now. But hopefully mentally he can stay focused because, yeah, he's going to have a huge gap in front of him.
6 minutes it is right now, Ash.
6 minutes,
yeah, that's
cost
tough.
him 90 seconds. That's tough. I mean, of course, his mental coach, he's not wrong. He needs to stay focused on what he can influence. It is kind of one of those worst cases that you don't want to see. I do see him being very, very strong on the run, but he would see these athletes now. That's the thing about an out and back course. You see relatively where you are, and you see your competition all the time. So something that I always used to do is kind of talk myself overly positive through a moment, but then you just get smacked with the facts in your face kind of twice per lap. So it's a tough situation for him to be, but he is used to it, and he knows his strengths, and he knows his kind of ability to keep fighting, and that he's influenced races. He's won races from kilometer 16 till the finish.
And that's exactly right. So many people ask me, how do you like these multi-lap courses, especially here with 8 laps? And I said, well, to be honest, it depends how you're going. Sometimes it's great. You can see that you're gaining time or you're holding ground and you are exactly where you want to be. But if you're in a position where you keep getting a visual, you keep getting splits where you're losing time and, yeah, you're just going backwards, yeah, it's probably not a course which you're going to love. But, yeah, hopefully Sam can, stay focused here and at least try and hold that time because, yeah, all the men in front of him are also extremely strong runners.
So Ash, we've talked about this bike course. We know there's the speed bumps, there's lots of technical sections. Can you talk to me in a bit more detail, as we see another lead change here, about what the really key points are on this bike course?
Yeah, so definitely I would say through some of these speed bumps, Josh was very proud of me because I was staying in aero and pedaling. So I think that I was just trying to use those small sections of the course where I felt like I could gain time. They don't actually cost you any energy because you don't actually really have to put out that much effort. But, you can try and stay aero and you can try and use those gains because, it is 8 laps. It is, if you are doing those little things right at every moment, they add up over time, over 80k. So I would say, yeah, those are the little things you need to think about.
So we've seen Sam Laidlow take the lead of this bike race again. Magic Fred XX in second position right behind him. Earlier in the day, speaking of age groupers, we had a very famous English age grouper complete this T100 London course.
Harry, best known as being part of McFly, here today at doing a triathlon. When was your last gig?
On Friday night, yeah, in Dorset.
So you've just come straight from a gig here to race a triathlon. What made you come here today? What was behind your desire to do this triathlon?
I love sport, I love running, I've done quite a few marathons, and I was kindly invited down today, and I looked at the schedule and I thought, well, there's a gig on Friday, day off Saturday, triathlon Sunday, so it's all good. I had a day to recover, so.
You're known for liking a real challenge. You know, we've seen you do Strictly Come Dancing, we've seen you do Race Across the World, you know, personal, mental, physical challenges. Is that part of what made you come and have a good go today?
Yeah, exactly that. I don't know why, I absolutely love putting myself through a lot of pain. I've been so excited about today, and yeah, totally lived up to it. It was a real challenge. I've never done a triathlon before. I've done a couple of swims a few weeks ago. I got out on a bike last night for about 2k to see how that felt. So I'm very underprepared, but I had a lot of fun.
So plenty to learn. Do we think we'll see you back maybe in future doing a little bit more?
I'm definitely coming back. I had a bit of a shocker because I came out of the pool, got my bike, ran to the start of the bike, jumped on, my pedals weren't on. I left the bike overnight and someone took my pedals off. So I had to spend about 8 minutes trying to find some pedals. So that was a lesson, you know. I mean, I've got to take responsibility. I just didn't look to see they were on last night, and I didn't check. So I'm very frustrated about that. And yeah, but hey, whatever, it's done, and I'm definitely coming back.
Well, maybe it was one of your bandmates punking you, who knows? But we hope to see you back here in the future, and hope you stick around to watch the men a little bit later.
Definitely, thanks for having me.
Taking the pedals off your bike, that would be nothing. Imagine jumping your bike and the drummer of the fly having some misfortune. But it looked like he still had a good day. I think that's what it's all about. You know, that's what the age group race is all about. You know, seeing these pros and trying to get out every single second as Sam Laidlow is flying through the course on our screen here. But the age groupers, they're here to finish, right? And this is the unique thing about a triathlon, the finishing spirit, and the opposite end of the spectrum, but on the same course and the same day. These athletes know just how hot it is, whereas our men currently are still finding out.
The lead group of 7 being driven by Sam Laidlow here. It's got 2 more people in it, and it's now a lead group of 9. Greg Barnaby and Max Newman both made their way back onto the group. I think if Max Newman was fully fit, he would not have let that gap slip and have to have made it back up. I think he would have been further up in this front group. To me, that does suggest that he was probably telling the truth when he said he was about 5 out of 10 fit compared to the form he was in when he won the European Open last year. He's someone who really knows how to position themselves about 3rd or 4th wheel in a lead group like this. So the fact that he's sitting back there in 9th does suggest to me that he's not quite at the pointy end of his fitness.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's to be expected after a long injury phase. Also seeing how the sport has evolved since then. You know, it's been 15 months and athletes seem to be getting stronger and stronger. You know, you see trends being set. We had it in the women's race yesterday. We talked about it a lot, how, you know, the bike pace is changing. Athletes are changing to more bike approach in their training, in their everyday. Is that something that you feel, Ash, is true? That, you know, the trend is just changing every now and then? You have an athlete coming in and they change the game and the approach of everyone?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it doesn't actually take that many athletes to create that change. You know, when you have certain athletes come in that are highly influential, they can change the dynamic of the race a lot. So yeah, you can't really afford to just have one strength and think that you can come back into the race. Like, you need to be able to be, especially riding, really strong to even give yourself a chance.
Ashley Gentle, champion of T100 London, 5-time winner of PTO/T100 races. The next closest is 2. I can't say it enough times. Magnificent race yesterday, dominant. Thank you for joining us in commentary. Brilliant insight. Pleasure to have you here, and good luck with your preparation into Ibiza.
Thanks for having me.
So we're at the front of the race here with Sam Laidlow. Let's hear from the man himself.
I feel good, feel healthy for a start, which is always important. I feel like I'm slowly building into this end of season, so every race hopefully getting a little bit fitter. The first 2 races of the season on the T100 were tough for me. It was kind of difficult after the world title last year to find motivation, I guess. You know, it's always it was a lifelong dream of mine to achieve that. And if you look at anybody who's won world titles, generally the year like after it, or similar with Olympics, you know. And I guess it's one thing that's quite difficult for us compared to maybe an Olympian, is that we don't have 4 years to get ready again. You know, it's 2 or 3 months before the season gets going again. So I guess I just needed time to have a breather, and then almost the hardest thing was to find a kind of new purpose, because I'd grown up like in this kind of family of triathletes, and I'd just been told from an early age that I was going to be world champion, and then suddenly I kind of achieved it. And so finding a new motivation, finding new goals, and so I would say I'm still in this phase of looking for what I want. I want to try and long-term leave a legacy in the sport itself, and how I do that, I guess, is unclear, but I know that for sure it involves winning big races, and that's what I'm here to do.
Vicky Holland joins us again. Vicky, there's been some changes at the front of the race. We're seeing Sam Laidlow and Fred Funk roll turns here.
Yeah, I was obviously downstairs interviewing his father and coach at the time that we saw him at the front of the bike. Timing was almost perfect there to see him, but he is stringing out the front of this bike leg now. Still leading the way. Sam Laidlow hasn't really let go of the front since he made up that 1 minute deficit that he had in the swim after that controversial choice, you could say, to go without a wetsuit, but he's proved that it's sort of worked out as him and his father had planned. You know, Richard talked about to me how he wanted him to start the bike leg with a lower core temperature and to be able to push high power from the minute he did get onto the bike, and he was able to do that, it would seem. And you know, Jan, we talked about it at length earlier on in the race here. What are your thoughts now you've heard sort of the rationale behind it?
No, I said exactly that. You know, Richard Laidlow made me eat my words. He had a plan in terms of keeping his core temperature down, and from what we're seeing from our timings on screen, he's actually managed to create a little bit of a gap. The core temperature does seem to be a topic. We mentioned it earlier. He's got 5 bottles on his bike. So he's got 2 between his arms, he's got 1 behind him, he's got that aerodynamic bottle in the frame, and then actually his frame has a nutritional system on the inside. So he's got over 4 liters of fluid with him. He's still picked up more water. We're assuming that's because it's cooled down. And yeah, the cooling down seems to be a big topic for someone like that, who has actually raced well in the past before. But I'm assuming from where the motorbike's sitting that there is definitely a distance to the pack behind, which is what he would have been looking to create.
Yeah, do we think this is a tactic he's employing because he's sort of trialling hot weather races and how to get more fluid into him, try and keep that core temperature down? As you said, he's raced well in the heat before. He's raced very well in Kona. In Nice, it was hot conditions for him last year. So he's not someone I would have considered as not having great races. As we speak, he loses a bottle, yeah. He's not someone I would consider as an athlete who struggles in the heat, but given the chat that I had with Richard Laidlow around being careful with his core temperature, maybe it is a bigger factor for him than we realise, perhaps.
Well, also a race like Kona, you would spend months preparing. The thing I'm wondering about is, you know, he's obviously got a French and an English background. He still says his heart beats for England if they were to face off together. Does he actually consider this as a home race?
Well, I should have asked that question, Jan. You should have sent me down there with that question to ask. But yeah, you know, he did He was born in the UK, of course. He's got two British parents, but has lived the vast majority of his life, I should say, in France. So he's probably what you'd call a real classic dual national, and probably has got a little bit of love there for Great Britain too. And I'm sure there are lots of friends and family out there supporting him today, and be delighted to see that gap that he's putting in.
And not just them. I'm impressed with his effort. I think he's really putting on his stamp onto this race, and what a place to do it.
So Sam Laidlow here in front of T100 London. He's established a 10-second lead to Fred Funk. I think that's two factors. I think one, Sam Laidlow is here pushing at the front of the race, clearly going hard through these technical sections and laying down the power. I also think there's a factor that Fred Funk is a very fair athlete. He's one of the few athletes who will refuse to go into a draft zone, and because he's maintained that probably 22 metres, it's allowed Sam Laidlow to get away here.
Well, we did have some communication that the referees are speaking to the athletes. I'm not sure if it's more Sam Laidlow's legs that are speaking to the athletes, who's just simply naturally driving the pace up so high that it's more difficult or easier to space out, let's say it that way. Let's see how many bottles it takes. Oh, first one, lucky. That has got to be a record. I definitely want to see that on social media tomorrow. Please, a different kind of reel. As we see, get a shot of Alistair Brownlee, get eyes on him. He's currently in 14th place. I didn't see how the time gap is currently, but he was 2 minutes back when we last heard. And yeah, he's obviously got a new front wheel. We can see by the tyre that it's a different one.
He's 3 minutes back now,
3 minutes, so he's riding well, but not riding as well as Sam off the front. Again, tough position to be in. Come off, and Alistair knows he needs to be at the front with the limited amount of training he's at least been able to put in over the winter. I think he's done some good training of late, but that's unfortunately also racing. Sometimes we underestimate that luck is also just a factor, and people come in and give you this talk that they're right prepared, the less luck I need. It's, you know, rubbish in my ideas. It's just the way it plays out. You need a little bit of luck on your side.
I mean, of course, it's one factor, isn't it? You know, you can't downplay preparation, but you're absolutely right. And especially in a sport like triathlon, there are so many external factors that can come in at any one point. And yeah, we talk about athletes sometimes saying that they don't need good luck, they just don't need any bad luck. And that's what a lot of athletes will be hoping for on any day. But we see in comparison of the heart rates here, both of them in very similar mid-80s range between Sam Laidlow and Alistair Brownlee. They're putting out pretty consistent efforts between them to tackle this bike leg in London, but at the moment Alistair just still 3 minutes down, and I'm sure he'll have some of that fire and anger in his belly. We know Alistair is an athlete who often thrives off having a little bit of anger, so maybe that puncture might have helped him.
So we're here on our 4th stop on the T100 World Tour. We've got 8 stops this year. Let's see where those are. So we're here on our 4th stop, London. Sam Laidlow, the local, sort of local, half local, is in the lead of the race. He does look really good, he looks strong. We saw by his heart rate data that he's not really on his limit. He does seem to be racing within himself, despite being able to get a little bit of a gap here to Fred Funk behind.
Yeah, as Brits, I think we'll claim him when he's doing really well.
When he wins.
Yeah, that's it, right.
But on view, this looks significant.
It's a big gap down.
My prediction is that Magnus Ditlev is going to let this gap grow out a little bit more, and then he's going to put in one of his major surges. For those of you into your numbers, that'll be in excess of 500 watts for probably 2 or 3 minutes, which is something that very few athletes can do. Magnus can. And if I would have a prediction and money on this race, that's what I would bet on. They've got a touch under 3 laps to go, so they're within the 3rd lap to go, and still some time to create a bit of a gap.
Well, we're seeing here at the updated leaderboard, Fred Funk is 23 seconds behind. He needs some magic right now. Rico Bogan, 26 seconds behind. Daniel Bakkegaard, a really strong ride from him right now in 4th position. The man you talked about, Jan, Magnus Ditlev, the Miami champion, he's 30 seconds down with just over 25 kilometres to go in this bike ride. If he is to bridge that gap, it's going to require 500 watts for quite some time.
See Alistair getting a bottle first time around.
Well, that was pretty good.
That was slick. We'll give him that.
Yeah, absolutely.
He took on a good bit of nutrition as well as his bottle there. You see him slide that into that front bottle cage. Waving.
Probably.
Clement Mignon, I think, possibly, or possibly Ben Canute, who he's riding with there. Waving them around him. But it's worth mentioning as well, these aid stations, because of the direction of travel, they're on the left-hand side of the athletes, whereas they'll often be used to grabbing bottles with their right hand. A lot of them are, of course, statistically, even so, right-handed, so some of them are probably not quite as well versed in grabbing a bottle at speed on the left hand, but no problems for Alistair Brownlee there. So we're now back with the lead. Sam Laidler, we can see that tape on his calf, and did ask his father about that calf niggle we've heard about, but he said they're managing it well, and that his expectation is that he's going to be able to run okay. Where his run will actually be in terms of his level of fitness, that's probably the bigger question mark, but hopefully no further drama for him with that calf today.
So if I was sitting this back, I think the two gents eyeing each other off, probably Yuri Kulin and Carl Smith. We see them sitting 6th and 7th. They are 30, 35 seconds back. That is, on paper, definitely a comfortable amount I would give to someone like Sam Laidler over this distance. I think he's probably more dominant over a longer distance and doesn't quite have the run speed that these guys have over a shorter distance. They are looking in a good spot right now, even though I'd be quite nervous as being either one of them. I think they're quite evenly matched in a running fight out.
This is good signs for Sam Laidlow's season, though. We know that he's got goals over the full distance, and seeing what I'm looking at now, I really think this is a good sign and shows that he is building throughout the season well. And we've gotten very used to him going to the front of bike races like this, particularly over the 180k distance. But to have 32 seconds now to Fred Funk, he's just continually extending that gap. And if someone like Magnus Ditlev is going to bridge across to him, he would probably be the only one who would decide to do it. It's now going to take a real effort. And we could see a procession here from Sam Laidlow into T2 by himself. It's just how big will that gap be?
Yeah, Sam Laidlow this week I think has seemed a little bit understated. I think what I've seen from him when I've spoken to him, his posts on social media have been a little bit downplaying his chances. You know, he's not been, I think the last one I saw was, I don't expect to win the race. So, you know, he's really downplaying his chances, and for someone who's a world champion, that's pretty unusual behaviour, and I just wonder if this is giving him the confidence that he needs, and maybe that's why we're seeing him extend that lead as his confidence grows. Now on the bottom right hand side of the screen there is our QR code again if you want to get into all the nitty gritty and all the data that we've got here in front of us. If you just take a photo of that QR code, it will take you to all the data and more.
Sam Laidlow just looking like poetry in motion. I think he's somebody who took the aerodynamic game to another level. This very long position far out front is something that he was probably the first to kind of do. I mean, Magnus Ditlev does have a very optimized and very aggressive position, but I think this is definitely, I know from the mechanics at Canyon that they had to create special kind of handlebar constructions for him to be out that far in the front. That's an 80mm extension out the front to make him be able to reach further. That creates an extreme length, but as we were talking about yesterday, there's always the trade-off between aerodynamics and being able to put out power. I think Sam here is putting out great power, and he's very, very slippery to the wind, so That's the combination you want to see. And powering just looking good, quite frankly.
So the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we can see this is the leaderboard, the T100 World Tour leaderboard as it stands. It's the combination of your best 3 results. This is including London, so today's results, if it was to stop right now with Sam Laidlow in the lead, he would get maximum points, for example. It would have Magnus Ditlev out in front on 77 points. Yuri Kulen, Magnus and Yuri, they've both won one, both come 4th in one, and yeah, that gap between them, very close. Sam Long, 2 second-place finishes. He's down in 19th today. He was our leader coming in today, and you'd see if it was to finish right now, he would drop down to 3rd. Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan, 2nd and 3rd last time out in San Francisco. They would be in 4th and 5th.
I think Sam Long is the one who's got 3 results, right? He's got as many points as 2 wins would give him, but he's got 3 results on the board already. Today would be a scratch result as it currently stands, but I don't think it's over yet for good old Sam. He's definitely someone to fight, and this would be extremely motivating for Sam Laidlow, going out, seeing that he's finally broken the other athletes and he has created a time gap, and he's still got 2 laps to go. I think he's in a position where he's looking forward. You know, you have different mindsets. Sometimes you're looking forward to it being over and finally getting your run shoes on. I think Sam Laidlow has found his element, and he is looking to really relish in this last 20k of the bike, 23k that we've got left, and he's showing us a great performance.
We're seeing Alistair Brownlee here on your screen. I think that will be Clement Mignon most likely behind him. It could be Ben Canute. We'd have to get cameras on it, but he's known for being a little aggressive and sometimes angry on course, Jan. We know in his short course days that he was quite notorious for having words to people in groups with him who were maybe not doing the work he thought they should be doing. And good to see the old Alistair Brownlee back, the fiery Alistair Brownlee that we all know and love.
I tell you what, being on the receiving end of Alistair Brownlee and him bad-mouthing him it's not fun. And I'll be honest, it's broken me as an athlete before, but I'm not even sure he's shouting at somebody, and the guy behind him needs binoculars to see what he's doing. He's getting so far behind. That looks like Clement Mignon. He's keeping a good distance, and Alistair, yeah, I think he's frustrated at the situation, but you know, it's different when you're giving that kind of authority from the front of the race. He earned that position that he had back in, you know, the mid to late 2000s, and then going on until 2016, where he was just such a dominant athlete that people would just, you know, they'd lose the race before it had even started just because Alistair looked at them the wrong way. We see Dave McNamee sitting close to Aaron Royal, Alistair coming right past this pack, so he's obviously got good legs, which would be frustrating for him, and just probably part of why he's, you know, shouting at Clement, who can probably barely see him at the back there.
Yeah, I think it's possibly not even, it doesn't matter that it's Clement, it could have been anyone, you know, it's just someone possibly to get a little bit of that frustration out, and it's going right to the front of this pack. So he's still around 3.5 minutes down at this point, but showing no signs of let up, and he really is on the charge, but he's got a lot of ground to make up, and that anger is going to fuel him, I'm sure, for the rest of this bike leg, and we'll see what his run legs have got to offer us today on the streets of London.
Slowly but surely heading back to the top 10, but yeah, that's kind of Alistair Brownlee as we know him. You know, he is a very formidable rider. It is the kind of sort of course I think that suits him. Just technically, you have to be very aware of the road surface and situations, and carrying as much speed throughout the course as you can. This, of course, being the side that is completely closed off to traffic. So what a privilege to race one of the world's iconic cities at the T100 Series here and have the road all for yourself, even though he'd probably love to see himself a little bit further up the road.
Yeah, it's quite fitting in a lot of ways that we are back in the east end of London, not too many miles away from where those Olympic Games in 2012 did happen. Of course, Alistair winning his first of 2 Olympic gold medals at those games. And on top of all of that, it is on the opening weekend of the Olympic Games right now, as we know they've kicked off in Paris. So there's something a bit fitting about all of that, and I'm sure that Alistair would have really hoped that with all of that, as we see him,
He's waving the motorbike up
yeah,
the front.
he's
which is sneaky,
he wants a little bit of assistance, maybe. Who knows? But yes, Alistair would have loved to be nearer the front to bring something home back on these London roads that have obviously brought him so much success. But it's not over yet. He's obviously riding with serious passion, as we saw him there yell, gesticulate at the moto rider.
Again, you know, we want to get the images. He has to go and be in that position. I mean, of course, it's frustrating when somebody sits behind you and you've just created a gap. Sitting behind the motor, it's wider. It creates a lot more wind turbulence for someone to benefit from. But that's just the gamble you have to take on this kind of course. We are getting the best coverage the sport has probably seen. I think the T100 is definitely changing the game in terms of what they're trying to push the envelope with technology and imaging. And, you know, there is just sometimes that situation where, well, you can't disappear. Where's it supposed to go?
Those heart rates still pretty much locked in the mid to high 80-something percent, 86% for Alistair Brownlee, 87% there for Sam Laidlow. So that's not really changed too much since we last saw those statistics on screen, and that's about where they'll know they can hold themselves for the bike riders, as I'm sure we expect to see those heart rates go right into the high 90s as they get further and further into the run course. But right now you wouldn't be wanting or expecting to see those kind of heart rates, not unless you're having to make a really big surge to jump across a gap to a group or to try and get away. But Sam Laidlow has escaped the group and is still maintaining a really nice heart rate there at 87% of his maximum. So he's obviously in control as well as riding away from all the other athletes.
Something that we're seeing with Sam Laidlow is that he's not wearing calf sleeves. When you've been used to watching Sam Laidlow race, you could picture those white calf sleeves that he always wears. In Challenge Roth last year, he had a little bit of a calf issue, and then he's had it again in his recent full distance race. And he sort of suspects that it might be because the calf sleeves are a little bit too tight up the top below his knee. So he is trialling today, racing without those calf sleeves, to see if after the bike he doesn't have that same calf pain that he seems to be getting after some races.
Sounds like he's trialling a couple of things today, you know, that decision to go without the wetsuits and then that decision not to wear the calf guards. And you know, at the moment, those decisions seem to be paying off pretty well for him as he stretches out that lead at the front. We're now seeing a gap of coming up to 40 seconds to those chasers, and showing no signs of let up. And I just think that confidence that he's maybe lacked a little bit going into this race might be on the way up again, and we might see him just charge out of transition and try and hold on.
You think so? Confidence. I heard an interview the other day where he said if he just gets in 10, 12 weeks of solid training, nobody can beat him. And I was just like,
it's not wrong.
Okay.
Maybe he doesn't think he's had those 10, 12 weeks though. You know, it's all very momentary confidence, isn't it? It can come and go, ebb and flow, as they say, very much with your training, with the results. It's a fickle thing, confidence, that isn't always easy to come by. And I feel like he's very much downplayed what he thought he was going to do today, but you know, maybe that was a little tactic from him there to throw everyone off the scent.
No, there's 1.5 laps to go, but he's certainly putting out a great performance here. I mean, I do have to say, you know, you stick your neck out and you kind of roll the dice, and that's really good to see. But you know, these mind games that you play also in interviews, the kind of things you say, I was always really mindful of exuding enough confidence, but not stirring the pot too much. You don't want to give anyone kind of false ammunition against you. But I think, you know, Sam's going out there and he's just doing his thing, which is very commendable.
So we're seeing the rankings relative to the rest of the field here for Sam Laidlow. He's come in ranked 22nd overall. That's a long way down compared to where some may have expected him to be overall. The 17th fastest swimmer. It's relative to the rest of the field as to how you've done in T100 races so far this year. I mean, we saw today, that's pretty much where he finished. It wasn't far off, but he didn't have the wetsuit on. Yeah. 6th fastest bike rider. We know that on his day he's the best cyclist in long course triathlon. Magnus Ditlev is really the only man who can challenge that, but today he is not doing so. And 17th fastest runner, that's the big one on today. We're seeing that he's exceeding expectations on the bike according to the rankings, but everyone knows that on his day you can do this on any course on a bike. But yeah, no, will he run faster than that today and move up in the run standings? That's the big question with his race.
Well, I think what those rankings show mostly is just the fact that Sam hasn't raced well over this tour so far this year. We know what he can do on his day. He is currently the Ironman world champion. You know, you don't get to that standard without being one of the best in the sport, pretty much across all three disciplines. But for him to be that far down on those rankings, I think is just a testament to the fact that he's not had the races on this T100 tour that he needed to be ranked higher. I think that probably will change today. Probably not bar the swim. I think we can say his swim will stay down there, but as we know, that's because he chose to swim without the wetsuit today. But yeah, I think a few more races and we'll see all those rankings from Sam Laidlow shoot up.
As always, our numbers man, Torsten, providing accurate numbers really, but plenty of controversy for everyone to argue about. It's just the emotional versus the actual data. And I think Sam would shake his head if he saw the numbers, and maybe that's exactly what he's doing right here, just correcting them.
Sam Laidlow did the last lap 17 seconds faster than Alistair Brownlee, so that just goes to show Alistair's moving fast through the field, but Sam is still riding away at the front of the race, so he is still fastest athlete on course and extending that gap out. We're now at 55 seconds to Fred Funk and Rico Bogan, and he's going to have a nice healthy lead as he enters T2 in the not too distant future.
Will be interesting to see what the back does as well. Sometimes, you know, athletes get ready for the run on the last lap and they sort of cool their jets a little bit. As we see the bike course here one more time, leaving the Excel Center, they go out for a roundabout. This is the hard, long, fast section where athletes can push power. One more turnaround where athletes can see each other before they head back up a tiny mount into the Excel Center. The run takes us along the waterfront, and another pinch to get us back to the finish within the Excel Center. And another image of Sam Laidlow from the side. I mean, this is a triathlon geek's dream where you just kind of see it, you visually almost hear that disc spinning in the background, and it is just poetry in motion. I mean, he looks fantastic, steady, fast, smooth, great.
A triathlete's dream, Jan. I hear more about these dreams you're having, as he's built this gap to over 55 seconds, almost a minute. It's really starting to blow out now at 67.6 kilometres into the bike ride with just over 13 kilometres to go.
Well, as you went to go get yourself a cocktail in the VIP zone, we were actually talking about how the dynamics of the last lap kind of can play really in his favor. If you've got a handful of athletes at the back looking at each other, getting ready for the run, mentally also preparing themselves, cooling their jets a little bit, this is actually a great time to make up some time. So I'm not sure this is the end of the gap that we're going to see. I think he could still build on that, and then we'll just have to see what he has got. I believe he's got some prototype shoes waiting for him in T2. Exciting. We're down to a run battle again.
1 minute now. The first time his lead's got to 1 minute. That's really quite big, and I'm surprised to have not seen anyone go around Fred Funk for the better part of 30 kilometres now to at least try and eat into that gap, particularly Magnus Ditlev, like you said, Jan. But to me it says two things. It says, one, that everyone behind Sam Laidlow is settling in for a run battle against each other and no one wants to burn their matches, and two, that it's probably pretty hot out there and no one wants to take a massive risk.
Or that the pace is just on and they're just not able to. I mean, that could also be. It's definitely going to be tight out there. I mean, Yuri Kulin did show us some amazing biking legs in Singapore, but you have to remember the conditions there were also incredible. Another very strong rider who's had a bit of an up and down season to the right of your screen now, and Peter Hemmerich. He's just rounding out the top 10, which means that he is the next target in front of Alistair Brownlee.
You know, he's a strong rider. He is no slouch, and he has lost a significant chunk of time. Currently sitting 2 minutes and 44 back, and that's probably 2 minutes and 44 and counting.
Yeah, Magnus Ditlev in that group there, known as one of the most calculated athletes out there, very calm, you know, there's never anything really showing on his face. He just seems to be meticulous in doing what he does. Is he just biding his time and waiting, knowing this is exactly where I need to be? It doesn't matter that Sam Laidlow has a minute 10 on me. That just doesn't seem to matter to him too much. So I just wonder if Magnus is just like, no, I don't need to chase this down. This is exactly where I need to be. And you know, another athlete in that front group as well, Max Newman. We've mentioned him briefly already, but he's on return to racing, and he knows he's not as fit as he wants to be. He's mentioned being only 5 out of 10. I think I'd probably give him a few more points up the ranking than that, given that he's currently holding on to that main front pack, obviously, of course, bar Sam Laidlow. So he's in a position that I think he'll be pretty pleased with, really, at this point.
So then this is probably the first time we've not seen Magnus Ditlev come to the front and the end of the bike, or at least make an effort to do so. What do you guys think? Is he just still a little bit tired? I mean, he did just go, what was it, 7:24?
Something very fast.
It was not a very long time to complete a full distance race, so you would forgive him for being a little bit fatigued. I know he backs his running more than I would have as a competitor. I know he puts a lot of effort into his running, but against these guys, I'm not sure he has the leg speed.
Talking to him during the week, he was very, very specific about kind of this exact scenario, and he does believe that if the conditions are hot, it does suit him on the run, and he was going to play a pretty strategical, tactical game, let other people burn matches while he sort of sits in, conserves, rides within himself, fuels, hydrates, and back his run. And there's been question marks with this throughout Magnus's career. You've got such a weapon on the bike. Why don't you finally use it? Why don't you go to the front of the race and do exactly what Sam Laidlow is doing now? Everyone knows you're capable of it. But like you spoke about, Jan, and you've said it plenty of times throughout the coverage, Vicky, that he is scientific in his approach to training and racing. And so rather than do what Sam Laidlow does, which is race aggressively, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, Magnus Ditlev races in ways where it's as risk-free as possible, really calculated, and he doesn't want to take a big risk if he can just sit in and back his run and have a top 3 finish.
Yeah, we're just watching the screen there and watching Sam Laidlow finally get a bottle on, I think, the 4th or maybe 5th attempt there, the last volunteer that was holding out a bottle. So sorry, I was slightly distracted just watching him finally get one, which I think is really important for him.
So we've seen throughout the week in London that there's so many people getting involved in triathlon, and we're joined by the tri-suit man himself, Tom Trotter.
It is my first T100 event. I've signed up for the Olympic distance triathlon. Mixed emotions. I'm nervous. I feel a bit vulnerable. I'm normally quite confident going into sport, like I back myself, but with it being my first one and mixing all 3 disciplines of swim, bike, run, I'm a bit nervous. I have ran in heels. That's another story for another time. However, that sort of gave me the confidence. I didn't know about triathlon. I thought, how on earth am I going to run off the bike? And then I thought, I can sprint in like 6-inch big heels. So I thought, actually, wobbly legs after the bike, I'm going to back myself. So I knew that the running in the heels would make sense one day, and I feel like this is my calling for a T100 event.
So Jan, we did our pre-race preview show in the lobby, and we talked to the man, Tom Trotter himself.
We did indeed. He didn't mention his heel sprinting abilities just then. I'm not sure how he's going to put them into the triathlon, but I guess he should be done by now. Maybe somebody can find him in the crowd and we can hear how his experience and day went.
So 1 minute and 11 seconds now. That lead does continue to grow. We are 72.3 kilometres into the bike course. That's just under 10 kilometres to go of the 80-kilometre bike course, and the athletes sit with Sam Laidlow in front. 18-kilometre run in the heat here in London.
Yeah, we're just seeing that Sam Laidlow completed lap 7 there in 13 minutes and 5 seconds, whereas lap 6 was 13 and 6. So, you know, he's very, very consistent, only 1 second between those 2 laps, so he's definitely keeping the pace on at the front.
And he's the only one hitting low 13s as well consistently. He's gone under a couple of times, especially in the beginning, to close that gap. For comparison, we saw Alistair earlier. He's about 15 to 17 seconds off Sam Laidlow's pace. And, you know, that's consistently going to be growing. Again, Sam Laidlow is somebody who has great endurance. He's probably better over the longer distances. So, you know, it really plays to his favor the longer this is going on. And I'd actually miscounted there for a second. I thought he was going into T2, but he's got another 9K to create even more of a gap. Amazing racing off the front.
So we can see on the bottom of your screen now the fastest sectors, Sector 1, Sector 2, both Sam Laidlow. Fred Funk, Magic Fred, he holds the fastest time for Sector 3. I think that was on the lap where he did go to the front of the bike. So a really good race from Fred Funk here today. Jan, you're a European, you've raced all over the world in long course. Talking to Fred Funk, he thinks something that's a bigger factor than people are talking about on the T100 Tour is where the races are. He says that he really struggles with the trip to America and just can't quite figure out how to race there, but was looking forward to an opportunity to race at home in Europe here in London.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's part of your journey as an athlete, right? As we just saw the pack going the other way, everybody's kind of got to figure out their weaknesses, their strengths and weaknesses. I think traveling as a professional athlete is something you have to get down pat, and there are little things, tips and tricks that you use, you know, international flights in terms of how you hydrate, how you kind of make sure you get your nutrition right, even in the travel there, can have huge impacts on getting your body into the circadian rhythm. And perhaps that's something he needs to work on a little bit. I kind of feel that that's just one of the basics. You know, you just have to get it right. And for me, I prefer to come in last minute unless it was a real championship race. And you know, that kind of demand is on everybody. What do you think? Ash Gentle, we had her on earlier. She's got to travel from Australia pretty much every single time she wants to race. And I think the kind of course makes a huge difference. Temperature makes a huge difference. But to blame performance on travel is a far-fetch for me personally.
Well, you're absolutely right. There are a lot of things that you can do to mitigate the effects of travel. You know, you've touched upon some of them, but of course you can even look at the actual flight times and try and find flights that sort of fit better, that might help you get onto time zone faster than others. Even packing things like a travel pillow, or even whether you're going to stump up for business class. You know, that's the sort of thing that you've got to question and ask yourself whether you're going to invest in yourself by flying business class so you can lie flat and you can recover as fast as possible. But jet lag is real, of course. It comes into it, and some people are better at dealing with that than others. But Jan, you're absolutely right. So you just have to get good at it.
It would be good for Fred Funk to get some first-class flying tips from Ran Frodeno. We know he spends a lot of time in the first-class lounge. We're here at the back of the chase group. Yeah. Greg Barnaby in 8th position. He's right at the back of this chase group that includes Max Newman, Yuri Kulin, Magnus Ditlev, Kyle Smith, Rico Bogan, and the man himself, Magic Fred. Jan, they're a minute 19 seconds behind now. Is that a bigger gap than you would have expected, or is this sort of what you expected Sam Laidlow to do in the latter part of the bike?
Well, it took him a couple of laps, but he was very consistently sitting at the front. It felt like he was almost attacking this group off the front, which is, it's a big feat. It's a hard thing to do. And, you know, this is still going as the group is going strung out at the back here. Mentally, I think these guys are getting ready for the run. But a minute and 20, a minute and 30 to the back of this group, you know, that's starting to be a sizable little gap. That's where Sam has got a little bit of time to find his feet in the run. And let's see how that calf of his is going. Let's see how he can perform. We know he's got big ambitions, and he wouldn't have rested on the idea that, you know, at the moment his biggest success has only come from the long distance. He definitely wants to shine here on the T100 Series, but primarily I think also the T100 London.
Yeah, that minute and a half-ish gap that he's got now, just to give him a little bit of breathing space as he finds his run legs at the start of it. But with the run power that is in this group, especially the likes of Rico Bogen, Kyle Smith, Magnus Ditlev, Yuri Kulin, of course, you know, I think he's going to know they're coming, and those guys will be able to work together, and that definitely brings a little bit of an extra edge to your run. It allows you to get a little bit faster. You can bring something else out of yourself when you're really in a direct head-to-head, and we saw that yesterday, of course, with Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp really getting the best out of each other. And I do think that will mean that this pack coming from behind, especially the real runners in that pack, are going to be hunting Sam Laidlow.
Sam Long, 9 minutes, over 9 minutes back. Who would have thought that? Leon Chevalier at 6:45. He says he hasn't trained since Roth. Is that going to be a new tactic coming?
That's quite a good position for him to be in at this point.
Position. I mean, we could just say he's epically tapered. He's well rested. As Greg Barnaby again pushing the limits of legalities here. That's about a cone and a half at best distance. And Max Newman in between there. He couldn't decide whether he wants to draft off the guy in front or the motorbike. It's quite a situation here. And again, compliments to Sam Laidlow off the front, doing it all by himself.
And riding faster and faster and faster than everybody else on course.
Aaron Royal was leading this race in the swim, and he came out with that group of 4, Jan, and we said that he just wanted to stay with that group for as long as he could, and he's down in 15th, almost 6 minutes behind. So yeah, his bike ride, it really is becoming his Achilles heel.
A little bit, indeed. Daniel Beckegaard is just off the back of this group as well, 20 seconds. Still a strong ride, I think, from him, what we've seen. I think he's been running well. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do out on the run course. And slowly but surely find back to the old Daniel Beckegaard. I feel like he's had a season or two of not really living up to his full potential.
Well, we're seeing that training group that went to St. Moritz together, the T100 Boys Training Club, with Fred Funk, Rico Bogen, Kyle Smith and Daniel Beckegaard. They're all in that same front chase group together, so clearly what they were doing on that training camp was working.
With Gregory Barnaby there, and he's another wild card that we've had in, first time racing at the T100 Series, and the wild cards have had a really good time of it so far. We've had some brilliant performances, especially on the men's side. A lot of top performances coming from the wild cards, so could be a day for Gregory Barnaby to join the list of successful wild cards we've had added to our start lists.
Gregory Barnaby also a bit of a chef. I have to say he puts out some really inspiring pizza, focaccia, Italian kind of recipes. I think when he announced his wheel sponsor, he covered the entire wheel in a pizza.
How really very Italian.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is awesome. He's making sure that gap doesn't get too long, as Max Newman seems to have just dropped the gap a little bit big.
That's a big gap, isn't it?
To Yuri Kulin. But again, he's having a great day in Max in terms of where he's come from and showing a strong return on what is surely a very, very hot bike pace.
Well, he told us that he's only been back training properly for 6 weeks, and if he can get to almost 80 kilometres into a T100 race in the main chase group, well, let's call it the front group, with Sam Laidlow out in front by himself, I mean, that's pretty scary for what could be to come later on in the year for Max Newman.
Yeah, it's exciting to think that, you know, we saw such fireworks from him in Ibiza, and it was a brilliant sort of career best race from him, a real standout performance, and such a shame with that injury we didn't get to see him race again. And we know he's not at full fitness, but right now to be able to be in this pack of absolute hitters at this point on the course in the race just shows that there's going to be some surely pretty exciting racing from Max as we head through the latter part of the T100 Series.
So we've got eyes on Yuri Kulin here. He sits in 6th position. The Great Dane Magnus Ditlev just ahead of him. You can see Kyle Smith, Rico Bogen and Fred Funk just on the very top edge of your camera. So Jan, me and you have been talking all week amongst each other that we think this is going to come down to a run battle. We've talked about Kyle Smith, we've talked about Rico Bogen, we talked about Yuri Kulin and Magnus Ditlev, and we sort of assumed that it would come down to a big run battle just like it did in San Francisco. What kind of run battle do you think that we're in for today with just a couple of kilometres to go into T2?
Well, we've got a few unknowns here. I think the things that we can sort of expect are Rico Bogan, Yuri Kulin, and Kyle Smith. They're kind of like the guys that I've got definitely running together. Then Magnus Ditlev, we don't really know. I honestly think that today he's sitting in and he's still feeling a little bit of the fatigue and not quite happy to be super aggressive. I think he's going to have a strong day. I'm not sure he's going to be able to run with the front runners. And Greg Barnaby, Max Newman, very much unknowns. Daniel Beckergaard, he's been training well. And Fred Funk, he's probably, you know, a touch off the front runners. But the best thing about all of this is that you don't have to listen to me. We can just watch the screen and see how it all unfolds as these guys are getting ready.
We don't have long to wait, do we, before they hit transition? Just a kilometre left now at the front of the race for Sam Laidlow. So soon enough they are going to be hitting that ramp back up into the Excel Centre, into our very unique indoor transition area for heading out for 6 laps of 3 kilometres on the bike course. And it is still hot out there, 25-26 degrees, but as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, being out there, it feels hotter than that. The sun beating off the pavement it's extremely warm, so this is where the nutrition and the hydration that they hopefully manage to keep hold of and take on during the bike course will be crucial.
Just as we're heading into T2, we got notice that Ben Canute has flattered as well unnecessarily on the last lap. I mean, he's already almost 8 minutes behind. That's a tough one. But Sam Laidlow taking us into T2 up this little pinch, which you kind of wouldn't even think. It seems like it would just all be flat, but it's actually not, as they're heading towards the air conditioning and the only reprieve from the heat they're going to get today.
And as we see Sam Laidlow come into T2, there's a lot of question marks here. How bad is his car? What kind of run shape is he in? We know he had a really good ride in his last full distance race and did blow up a little bit towards the end of the run to finish second, and he led at T100 Miami, the first race of the year, and again blew up then. So the big question mark is, can Sam Laidlow finally put together a run that gets him the win that he needs to step up in the T100 rankings? He enters his bike. He's got the prototype shoes here, as you spoke about.
They're not. They're his custom shoes. They've got his logo, and he's chosen to go with what he knows. He's not bothering to put on socks either, which I find is remarkable. So he's gone from everything to nothing in one race. As he
maybe
gets
that was
the
again
business cap on, nice transition, smooth.
Looks good.
Yeah, maybe that was another strategic decision. You know, he didn't need the socks because those shoes he can wear without the socks, whereas maybe the prototypes he can't. Maybe that's played possibly a factor of question into why he's decided to go without the socks. But I can't fathom running 18 kilometres, especially pounding the roads without socks on.
Fred Funk, the next into transition, as we've just received news that Ben Canute, all the way from the States, has traveled with his family, is a DNF due to mechanical, so he obviously couldn't repair it, was more than a puncture. Something you don't want to see.
Such a shame, yeah.
So we see Fred Funk here driving the chase group. Rico Bogan in second behind him. Kyle Smith in third in this group. Magnus Ditlev, Yuri Kulin as well. Fred Funk has never entered T2 in second place at a T100 event. I can only imagine how motivated he is, finally being with this select front chase group. He's never been in that position. Rico Bogan and Kyle Smith, once again, they are together, just like San Francisco. All of these boys are now thinking about this run battle. It'll be getting in and out of T2 quickly, getting onto the run course, getting settled and seeing where you are relative to the rest of the field. Kyle Smith talked all week about wanting to take more risks on the run, not just settling in, not lacking confidence. Maxi Newman on his return. He won last time out on the run at the PTO European Open in early 2023. What kind of run shape does he bring in? Daniel Beckergaard, part of the training squad of Rico Bogan, Kyle Smith and Fred Funk, who are also at the front of the race. He is into T2 and struggling to get that left Alpha Fly on, but he's off now.
Also no socks there for Daniel Beckergaard, so most of them we saw taking just a beat to put some socks on, but a couple of our male athletes choosing to go without.
1 minute and 33 seconds is the lead that Sam Laidlow has here over Rico Bogan, the young German. Kyle Smith, once again, right on the heels of Rico Bogan. San Francisco all over again. Martin Van Riel, where are you? Fred Funk, 1 minute and 39 seconds behind Magnus Ditlev, the scientific Dane, 1 minute and 44 seconds. And Yuri Kulin, the Singapore champion, 1 minute and 46 seconds behind.
How are you the scientific genius that you go and spend, I don't know how long it felt like an eternity, at the first special needs aid station? You can simply go and pick these things and have them in your transition box, put them into your suit and take them, so you don't have to look for them with everyone else's special needs. So there's a first tactical kind of mishap. I did, interestingly enough, notice into T2 that both Magnus Ditlev as well as Yuri let a bit of a gap. So Kyle, Rico and Fred obviously were charging into the second transition zone there, and so far they're looking pretty quick.
And just like in San Francisco, Kyle Smith, notorious for putting down a fast first kilometre, he has bridged a bit of a gap. He's established a bit of a gap to Rico Bogan, maybe about 15 to 20 metres. Fred Funk, he's not used to being in this position at the front of the race. He would not be used to running this hard out of T2. He is in 4th position. Kyle Smith, like I said, he has spoken all week about not wanting to just sit back and let the run play out and get involved in a sprint finish. He wants to be the one taking charge. He wants to back his run, and he wants to have the fastest run of the day, not get involved in another battle with Rico Bogan.
So we're getting eyes here on Peter Himmerich. He's made his way into T2. Sam Laidlow still out the front, finding his feet, but Peter Himmerich, he's been talking about his season being up and down, and you know, he's got such a strong bike. He's got Alistair Brownlee coming in just behind him, and let's see if these two athletes can find a bit of a pace together, and let's see just how good Alistair's training has been over the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's always helpful to have someone to sort of run with, especially as you get established out on the course, and there wasn't too big a gap there between Alistair and Peter, so they may well end up sort of using each other to try and reel in some of those guys up the road. Yeah, Peter's only just going out now on the side of that screen, so Alistair not going to be too far behind once he gets these shoes on. Yeah, that
no socks.
No socks again, only going to be about less than 10 seconds, I think, between those two, so they could end up working together quite early on the run course.
And that's just Alistair. He grabs his sunnies, off he goes. There's no watch. There's no
doesn't think about it. Just go,
just
go,
doesn't
go.
Whoa. And he is out. Come on, Alistair. Come on, put it together.
Sam Laidlow, a 1 minute and 33 second lead out of transition 2, and just after the first kilometre, Kyle Smith, he's only 1 minute and 15 seconds down, an 18 second deficit. An 18-second bridge across to Sam Laidlow, 1 minute and 15 seconds down. Rico Bogan, he's lost 15 seconds to Kyle Smith over that first kilometre, and he's a minute 30 seconds down. Fred Funk then in 4th, 1 minute and 40 seconds down. Kyle Smith is doing exactly what he said he was going to do all week. He has gone to the front of this run early. 3:06 for the first kilometre. It's about 15 seconds quicker than the next fastest first kilometre. Sam Laidlow, our leader, 3 minutes and 23 seconds for the first kilometre. Kyle Smith means business.
Looking like $1 million.
He looks fantastic, and when I spoke to him earlier this week as well, I sort of asked, you know, can we have some more fireworks, please? Just like we had in San Francisco. Let's have another, you know, fantastic sprint finish. And he sort of gave me a bit of a wry smile and just sort of said, well, you know, I'm feeling pretty good. think I'm in better shape than I was in San Francisco. And right now, well, he's proving it.
I think similar to Ash Gentle, it's just the mindset with him is changing bit by bit, and that belief that he perhaps didn't have in San Francisco, he may now have as Jan Straatman is coming in. He is also recently coming off Roth and his first ever long distance, as the rest of the pack comes in. David McNamee is Aaron Royal, and I assume last is Greg Barn. Is that
Clement Mignon?
Clement Mignon.
Jan Stratman, you saw him coming to T2, his debut at a T100 race. His favourite drink is lemon Fanta, and he drinks it every day.
As we just got news, we just saw a photo of Rico Bogan. He obviously, in the heat of the battle, decided to run without his socks. He had placed his socks ready for him to go and chose not to put them in the box, which means he's got an extra 30 seconds to serve. And that is exciting news for Sam Laidlow. They wouldn't know this out on course, but Sam, who's moving the same pace as Rico roughly at the moment.
So Jan, you're telling me that Rico Bogan got a 30-second penalty for having his socks out, but what we saw over the first 20 kilometres of the bike, no penalties.
Yeah, that sounds like the referees were just staying in the air conditioning.
Got to watch those socks, mate. Don't worry about drafting. Kyle Smith here. After about 1.5 kilometres into the run, Kyle Smith is now just over a minute behind Sam Laidlow. That gap started at 1 minute and 33 seconds out of T2. Rico Bogan, who was involved in the famous sprint finish with Martin Van Riel and Kyle Smith at San Francisco, has dropped back, and he's 24 seconds behind Kyle Smith right now. The word on the street with Rico Bogan, once it's hot, you don't have to worry so much about him. He's a world champion in the cool, and he always will be, but when it's hot, he does struggle, and maybe we're going to be seeing that today.
I don't know, he's a young athlete building his repertoire. I think for him to be here at the pointy end of these T100 races is something that not a lot of people would have predicted. And, you know, I think he's doing really, really well. I think he's been training well. He also knows how to pace his efforts. He knows that Kyle has been having an absolute flyer of a season. The one thing I think is playing in Kyle's favor is that he has chosen to put on socks. And if you get any sort of signs of blisters or any little cuts on your feet, that plays in the further the race goes on. And Kyle can be fairly sure. I mean, he's notoriously had blisters like you haven't seen. I mean, honestly, I've seen photos of this guy, and we're talking hand-sized blisters underneath his feet. I think he's worked on that. He's found some shoes that work for him. But him wearing socks is certainly a very good sign.
Well, it's also a factor, isn't it, in the recovery from one race and going into another race, when these athletes do have to back up and get themselves back into training, but also get to another race. If you've got these blisters, these sores, these open wounds on your feet, it's really difficult to then not only put in the training, but then to get your head around putting your race shoes on again, knowing that you're probably going to open up these wounds once again. So it's almost like it's a double-edged sword. You know, you're getting the benefit in the race of knowing that you're just that bit more comfortable, but also when it comes to recovery for the next race, that you'll be okay too.
And we've got eyes on the American Ben Canute. He has DNF'd in today's race. It was a tough race from him, really, from the moment it got out on the bike. Sad to see someone make the trip across the globe, and it all really be for nothing in the end. He's with the athlete liaison Dylan McNeese there, and Sam Long is finally into T2. This is not the day Sam Long wanted. He had high hopes coming into this race. He forewent Ironman Cairns because he wanted to take a break, take a bit of a longer training block into London and have a big race here. So to be 10 minutes back, it's really not what he would have expected. But you know, as we've seen, the new Sam Long, he does have fun. He still tries to enjoy himself at all times, and embracing the crowd and his family there, the kiss with his wife Lara, it's great to see. So clearly not too down on himself despite not having the race he wanted to have today.
Didn't someone at the Tour de France get a fine for kissing his wife along the course?
I'm not sure that's in our rule book. I think he might be all right.
I hope not. I hope we don't get a penalty for that.
I was going to say, is that outside assistance? I'm not entirely sure, but it is a shame. Of course, we saw his partner Lara there and his little baby Leo. They've made that long trip over as well from the far side of the United States. So it's a big family trip to make, and to not have the day you want isn't ideal. I believe he's sticking around in Europe with the family for a little bit afterwards, though. So not a totally wasted trip. He'll stay on for a bit longer, but not looking like he's going to be able to improve on his weakest result so far, which was 8th place in San Francisco.
So we've seen this first little out and back section after the first lap where Sam Laidlow got to look at everyone. He saw Fred Funk, he saw Kyle Smith, he saw Daniel Bakkegaard and Magnus Ditlev running together. Magnus Ditlev now 2 minutes and 4 seconds behind Sam Laidlow. He is running 20 seconds slower over the first 2.5 kilometres compared to Sam Laidlow. So how many people would have thought that Sam Laidlow would be running faster than Magnus Ditlev at this point? Fred Funk in 5th. That's by far the best position he's found himself at a T100 race. He was just behind Yuri Kulin, but Yuri Kulin has now slowed down almost to a stop, a very, very slow jog because of a cramp. And he has finally stopped. A little bit of a side stitch there, a little bit of a stomach cramp. Not a stomach cramp, it's on the wrong side of his body, but a little bit of a side stitch. This has happened to him before, but not recently, so a tough day for Yuri Kulin, the Singapore champion, and these conditions may be getting to people, but one person who the conditions do not seem to be affecting is Kyle Smith. He is now only 1 minute behind the leader, Sam Laidlow. He is by far the fastest runner on the course right now, and he does look better than ever.
I was about to say, also technically, I haven't seen him run this clean and smooth. He really looks like his hips are aligned. His knees are running perfectly straight, and that's just a sign of strength that you build throughout the season. He doesn't look like he's outpacing himself at this stage either. He kind of gets a grimace, and similar to Rico Bogan, his face tells a lot of the story that you're seeing. And right now he's looking strong and he's looking patient, which is what he's going to need, because in the end he's still, you know, got 14.5k to go.
Well, that's it. He's looking quite relaxed, isn't he? He's looking nice and compact. There's not too much rocking and rolling going on there, and that basically means everything's forward motion. That's exactly what you want. You don't want too much sideways motion when you run. Everything has to be going forwards. That's the fastest, most obviously, but fastest way to run. He's also wearing a black suit, Jan, and I know you know a little bit about these suits, and that's an interesting choice for me because of the heat and the conditions. I mean, London's not the hottest race by any means, but, you know, wearing the black is a hotter colour to wear than to wear some of the lighter colours, white, for example. Is that something that he will have worked on with this suit? You know, are there certain materials that they can use to combat that?
Yeah, so the whole theory behind this suit is that if the humidity is not as high as it would be in other places, the cooling effect is actually higher because of the condensation, right? So there is a science to the suit. It's got a special material called graphene, which kind of spreads the temperature around. It's actually something they've taken from the winter sport. So there is a lot of thought gone into this. Of course, mentally, you have to also be in it, right? You have to believe it, and this is something that we found athletes to be struggling with. But, you know, more and more, it's proving that in these conditions, that kind of suit really, really works, because you have the condensation, and the black actually tends to cool more than a white suit would.
I did, just by complete coincidence, happen to be having coffee with Kyle when he got given his suit, and he is getting a new one that's a lighter colour, because it's not white, it's like a light brown, but it wasn't quite ready in time for this race, purely because of cooling. And I said, do you reckon it'll be hotter? And he goes, I don't care, it doesn't matter to me. So I think that speaks to his mindset. Maybe if it does lose him a little bit of time, he doesn't really care. He came here to win, and it just seemed all week that he wasn't going to let anything stop him from doing that.
So good. Alistair Brownlee out on the run course, giving it some.
He will have an absolutely huge support network out here. I mean, when we announced him down onto the start line earlier today, the biggest cheer was
cheerful, wasn't it?
Absolutely, for Alistair Brownlee. It was incredible, and as he's just gone through the Excel Centre there, he'll definitely have got a bit of a boost from the thousands of fans that are out here to see him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see, and early days, obviously, but I think he's got a strong, consistent runner alongside him.
We just saw the pass there of Kyle Smith and Sam Laidlow. Very similar to yesterday's race, where this gap is getting closed very quickly on the second lap. It was Ash Gentle yesterday, it's Kyle Smith today. He's only 52 seconds behind at this point as he passed Sam Laidlow. That would have given him confidence, and probably done one of two things to Sam Laidlow. Either made him think, oh, he's coming, or, you know, maybe motivated him to push on. It would be interesting to be in his head. It would have been one of the two.
Either way, Sam Laidlow is having an absolute stellar performance. His bold strategy, to say the least, in the beginning is paying off, is paying good dividends. He's looking strong on the run. I really, really hope he can resolve his calf issue and, you know, keep going strong throughout these 18K. But he is a very, very hard worker. He's a young world champion who's out there finding his voice and finding his legs, primarily. Good to see.
So we saw Tom Trotter before. Triathlon has been taking over London today, and someone else that me and Jan spoke to who did the race today, Anya Callan. In 2019, she ran a 4.5-hour marathon, and yeah, just recently she's gone 2 hours and 34 minutes, and we had her here at T100 London racing this morning.
I did my first marathon in 2019, and I did that in a very respectable 4 hours and 34 minutes. And then by 2022, I'd knocked a whole 2 hours off that, and I have now got a PB of 2 hours and 34 minutes. I think the swim I'll be fine at. It is probably my weakest discipline, but I'm pretty comfortable with the training that I've been doing. The bike ride, because it's such a flat course, I'll have to really find some power, and I'm more of a hilly bike rider because I'm quite light. I've got quite strong legs, which is more like grinding it up for like 20k. I think the route is very flat into Westminster and back, basically. So I think that'll be honing down and like mentally keeping strong, and then hopefully, yeah, the 10k at the end is going to be a breeze.
Good to see so many people participating in triathlon, and we're back with second place Kyle Smith. He's now only 50 seconds behind Sam Laidlow. A reminder that out of T2, that was 1 minute and 33 seconds. So 42 seconds he's put into Sam Laidlow. That's only 5 kilometres into the run, so 13 kilometres to go. Kyle Smith, he looks good. I don't know if I've ever seen him look this good running. Probably not even in San Francisco. He looks like he might have taken his running to the next level, and there were reports coming out of training camp from Fred Funk and Rico Bogan that he was running better than everyone on that camp, and he did manage to drop everyone on track sessions, and anytime they went in and did interval running, and even Rico Bogan, who he'd just been involved in that epic sprint finish with, was unable to keep up with him on occasion, particularly on one 18 times 1 kilometre training session they did together. So Kyle Smith taking that training and that new level he might have found into training into the race here at T100 London.
Sam Laidlow still looks pretty good there out front, doesn't he? Of course, he is being reeled in by Kyle Smith, but he's actually extended his gap back to everybody else. So Rico Bogan came into transition around 1.5 minutes behind him and is now 1:57 minutes behind. So Sam Laidlow is holding really strong at the front, and we weren't sure what we would get from Sam Laidlow out on the run course today. We weren't sure how his calf would be or where his fitness would be, and whilst, you know, you can see a little bit of strain on his face there, he has just come up the ramp as he enters the Excel Centre for the end of this lap. But right now, I'm impressed. I think he looks good.
Amazing, Vicky, I think. Really good. And that calf clearly not giving him the troubles that maybe even he thought it was. Sam Laidlow is known for running hard early out of transition too, even if it does mean that he blows up a little bit later. So I guess the story for him is how hard is he going? Can he sustain it to the end? But he is the second fastest runner out in front of this race. So only Kyle Smith in this front sort of 10 athletes running faster than him right now.
He's running strong. I would have thought that probably Kyle Smith would have even been closing time quicker. But it's just when Sam is on, he is really on, and it's interesting to see, because if you look at the time splits we've got right here, virtually Rico Bogan is actually sitting in 7th position, because remember, you got to add 30 seconds of penalty that he's still got to take. So we'll see if he can get some extra kind of energy back while he has a little rest. Sam Long just between our two leaders, about to get lapped by Kyle Smith, still cheering on the crowd. He's always someone who keeps the spirits high, which is also a formidable skill, I think.
Kyle's also born in the UK as well. I know he still has some family over here, so I wonder if he's got some supporters. There's me claiming him again. No.
He does. He actually mentioned
would have some family here, right? Yeah.
He would have some family, and his recent success in San Francisco has obviously made people more aware, and he is indeed from the northern parts, and he's got quite a bit of family out here. His partner, Kira, she actually also took part in the triathlon today, earlier, as an age grouper. So everyone getting the triathlon bug around
That's what we like
the
to
Smith
see.
household.
Keep in mind he did have an Australian flag on his tri-suit, so we'll claim him as well.
What? Where was this?
In San Francisco. Yeah, they accidentally printed the Australian flag instead of the New Zealand one on his tri-suit.
That is... Vicky, how would you feel about having an Irish flag on your suit?
I think it'd be more about how the Irish felt about me representing them rather than me, how much I was worried about having the flag.
He does look great though, doesn't he? 45 seconds down from the lead now. Daniel Bakkegaard in third. Out to 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind as we see Sam Laidlow lap Rudy von Berg and Clement Mignon.
Bravo, honestly.
He's making Kyle fight for this. You know, Kyle is bringing down that gap, but he is making Kyle work for this. If Kyle wants to get to the front, Sam's not going to give in. He's going to have to work really hard for it.
Sam has not given up the lead in his head. He is fighting. He's fighting to win this, and that's great to see.
He's a good front-running athlete as well. We saw when he won his world title, he did it all on his own out the front. So he's not someone who will struggle mentally with the idea of being at the front of the race and being hunted. He knows how to do that.
So we've got eyes on Jason West, who's finally out on the run course. We can see that he has the fastest sector 1, 2 and 3. So now that he's out on the run course, he has overtaken Kyle Smith as the fastest runner in the field. He's the better part of 20 minutes behind though, so not going to factor in the podium today.
Yeah, he's only 15 seconds faster per lap than Kyle. That's probably also not the standard we're used to seeing. But then again, if you're sitting in 19th, it's tough to motivate yourself. You know, you're a long way from making a big difference in the points and making a big difference in the prize money. Remember, everybody that finishes gets a check to take home. That would be a motivation, but I don't think that's something that either of our two front runners are factoring right now. It's all about the glory.
Yeah, Jason West is, 13 odd minutes down, but there's a few athletes that are probably within 3.5 minutes of him, so he could, potentially get himself into the top 15 or so, but you're absolutely right, he's definitely not going to feature at the very front of this race, as we now have eyes again on Alistair Brownlee and Peter Hemerick, who are still locked in. They've been together pretty much since the very start of this run. We saw them go out onto the run course just a few seconds apart, and here they are coming in to finish their second lap, I think this will be, and they are still locked in battle.
While you're watching this on your screens, you can forget how tough the conditions are. It's 28 degrees as we speak on race course, and you can see it in the athletes. Sam Laidlow's face screams pain. Alistair Brownlee and Peter Hemerick, they again both look like they're hurting by their facial expressions. You can see Alistair Brownlee's tri-suit fully unzipped, and Kyle Smith, every time he goes past a water station, he's grabbing and throwing it over himself. 28 degrees, it does feel hot out there, and compared to the women's race yesterday, it is much hotter.
And this is a rare situation that we're seeing with Alistair, that he actually goes head-to-head with someone, that he's actually got someone. He normally likes to run off the front. He likes to do his own thing, as he came through that short bit of air-conditioned XL center that, the athletes get a brief moment of reprieve from the conditions. Back to Sam Laidlow, taking that round about 3 of 6 lap we are on. And Kyle Smith about to see him going the other way. And this is something where they get a reference. Yuri putting on a
brave face.
A brave face.
The pain face.
Actually, it's more of a pain face rather than brave. This doesn't look brave.
Yeah, he's unfortunately lost five plus minutes now, and he was only just a few seconds behind. As we see him stop and try and stretch out this problem he's got, it seems to be a stitch that's giving him a lot of discomfort at the moment and just not allowing him to get into his stride.
which is surprising. I mean, he's used to these kind of conditions, but again, he did go to the absolute limit in Singapore, and that's sometimes one of those things, you know, you hear these heroic stories of, you know, oh, I pushed so hard and you know, you give it everything, but the guy ended up in hospital, and that can actually do some long-term damage or longer-term damage to your system, where just mentally your body shuts down and protects itself.
And so with Sam Long being 10 minutes behind in 18th position, as the race stands right now, he would forfeit his overall series lead to Kyle Smith, who is on our screen. He is lapping Clement Mignon, and he's moved up to only 39 seconds behind our leader, Sam Laidlow. Magnus Ditlev in second as it stands right now. He's down in sixth. He's losing time on the run, however, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We're seeing Kyle Smith pass Rico Bogan, Fred Funk, Jason West and Magnus Ditlev right now on run course.
Well, I have a little chirp in there because Carl Smith can't get to the world ranking #1 on his own accord, at least not at this race. Magnus Ditlev being currently in 6th position, but remember, virtually he's in 5th, sorry, because Rico Bogan's got that penalty. He will get extra points, so Magnus Ditlev actually being virtually the leader. It just depends when Rico Bogan decides to take that penalty. And if he can get back, because remember, if he's standing for 30 seconds, he gets a moment to take a breath and just cool himself down a little bit. But it's not over yet.
So we're 8 kilometres into this run course. It is an 18-kilometre run course, so we are into our final 10 kilometres. Kyle Smith, 39 seconds behind our leader, Sam Laidlow, in second. The gap to third, Daniel Bakkegaard, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. That has really blown out. And Rico Bogan, who was involved in a sprint finish with Kyle Smith last time out at San Francisco, he's now 2 minutes and 39 seconds behind. Perhaps the surprise packet of today's race, Frederick Funk in 4th position. He has not been close to this result at a T100 race yet. 2 minutes and 38 seconds down.
Sam Laidlow showing great pace. Carl Smith over there just lapping Rudy von Berg. And it is a brutal out there. Everybody's starting to grimace a little bit. It's not just easy goings either. And this is not over yet. Honestly, we're almost halfway through the run course. And Carl's made up a little bit more than half the time. But that's not necessarily the story we're going to see on the second half. You know, that's something that, yeah, Sam Laidlow is out there, and he's out there for the win.
Well, we saw a lot of the time that Kyle has gained back on Sam Laidlow being taken out in that first lap and a half. Since that point, it seems to have steadied out a little bit, and that gap's not coming down anywhere near as fast as it was at the beginning of the run. So whilst Kyle is still outrunning Sam Laidlow at this moment, it's taking him a lot longer to bridge up that gap, and Sam Laidlow is not giving in, he's not giving over, and he's still holding nearly 40-second lead at the front of the race. He's just heading up the ramp here, so he'll soon be heading back into the Excel Centre for halfway through this run. He'll have completed 3 of 6 laps. That'll be 9 kilometres done. He'll get a little bit of a boost from the crowd, I'm sure, as he heads into the Excel Centre and then back out into the scorching heat, straight out and back on this very flat course.
He's looking good.
Really good.
Especially on that section, you know, that's where you got to push up, and it's more of a strength kind of a run. He's lapping the next athlete, which is Jan Stratman. And here he's just getting a little reprieve once again from the sunshine and the temperature. Working hard as he should be, but he doesn't look like he's struggling.
Well, of these front 5, he is the second fastest runner, so only Kyle Smith in the top 5 or 6 running faster than him. We have a few men in Alistair Brownlee, Peter Hemerick, Jason West running faster, but they're not going to factor at this stage in the podium. But Sam Laidlow holding tough as Kyle Smith is approaching Sam Long.
Either way, the Londoners, the locals, they're going to claim the winner.
We're just going to change that flag in the top left of your screen from a tricolour to a Union Jack. Thank you very much, graphics team.
The speed in which he is closing this gap has dramatically slowed down, though. Only 34 seconds behind now. He was taking 10 seconds pretty much every kilometre, and it's now down to more like 1 or 2 seconds per kilometre. So I don't know whether that's Sam Laidlow picking up the pace or maybe Kyle Smith just slowing down slightly. He is notorious for his fast start. We saw him miss a drink there and sort of wave his arms like it was quite a big deal. He must be feeling quite hot out there, I think.
It was a special needs. It was one of his own bottles. As we get another take on Alistair Brownlee's transition. Again, no socks. Smooth. He's about to reach for his sunglasses, and off he goes. And you said he's one of the fastest movers out on course right now, right?
Yeah, running well.
Compare that to Sam Laidlow, also going without the socks. Struggling a little bit more with the super shoes, which are, from experience, hard to get on. But he also chooses to put on all his extra bits as he runs out.
And this was Jason West as he left. Transition as well, a lot further down the field than he would have liked to be at that point, but as we know is currently the fastest runner on course. That's no surprise. We expect that from Jason West, but unfortunately just being too far down to impact near the front of this race.
We saw in the first kilometre of this race, Kyle Smith took 18 seconds out of his lead to Sam Laidlow. And over that entire last lap, which is a 3-kilometre lap, he only made back 12 seconds. So his speed has dramatically dropped off compared to what it was directly out of T2.
Well, let's do some maths here. He's got 9K to go. The gap was 35 seconds at that stage. So he needs 4 seconds a K to be running faster. To close that gap, which on a 3K lap is 12 seconds. This is a nail biter. This is.
And we saw there, that was actually his special needs bottle that he dropped. So that would have had sugar or electrolytes or both in it.
Yeah, well, you just said as well, 12 seconds he took out in the last lap of Sam Laidlow. Well, you multiplied 12 by the 3 laps we've got left, and what have you got? 36 seconds. Currently 34 seconds behind Sam Laidlow, and we all loved that sprint finish that we got in San Francisco. Could we possibly dare to dream that we might get another epic finish at the T100 in London?
Absolutely. Sam Long seems to be in the background there. The long shot, he seems to have found his legs, and Kyle is not with him yet. We just see the motorbike in the back, and it's a long straight. But the advantage that Kyle, of course, has is he can throw out the mental fishing rod and slowly try and lure himself in. But
it's the question of whether you'd rather be the hunter or the hunted, and I think in this particular scenario with Sam Laidlow, I'm sure being fed information out on course as well as being able to see Kyle Smith every time he goes around that far U-turn, he'll know that time gap is coming down. And do you want to be the guy who's holding on and hoping that you've just about got enough left in the tank, or do you want to be the one charging from behind? And right now I think probably the mental swing is with Kyle Smith, but let's not write off Sam Laidlow. He's doing an absolutely fantastic job of holding on to this lead out front.
As we see a 93 out of 100 kilometers being done at this T100 London here. That means it's a touch under 7 kilometers to go, and things are starting to get, things are definitely starting to tighten up. I honestly would have thought, yeah, this would turn out a lot quicker, and Sam proving a tough fish to catch.
So Rico Bogan, he did get that 30-second penalty, and he has now officially served it. So he's now 3 minutes and 40 seconds behind the leader. We've got eyes on Rico Bogan right here. As you see the countdown clock, it was these socks left out of that little box. They've got to be in that box, or it's a 30-second penalty. Quite a rough penalty, but you've got to keep your house clean, Jan.
World's most expensive socks. Those socks would cost him about $2,000 in a difference in price money.
And there it is.
He goes out again.
Eyes back on Kyle Smith here in second place, 31 seconds behind. This is the long straight on the run course. It's about a kilometre this straight each way, and Kyle Smith will have eyes just ahead there. There it is right there, the pass with Sam Laidlow. Sam Laidlow didn't look at him, and Kyle Smith didn't really look at him either. That was kind of pretty businesslike, as Sam Laidlow 30 seconds ahead of Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith at the U-turn now. He can see him. He can feel him.
Yeah, there's a little bit of distress starting to show on Sam Laidlow's face. I mean, there's been signs over the last lap or so, but he's holding his run technique together brilliantly and he's still keeping up a fantastic pace, but the face is showing the effort that he's having to put in and the desire he's got to not be caught by Kyle Smith, which if he is going to get caught is probably going to happen either on the last lap or possibly the penultimate. But at the moment we're looking at a final lap showdown, which we just hope it happens right at the very end.
I think this is a blue carpet, honestly. If you look at it, I mean, it's the first time Carl's dipped under 30 seconds. And it's, yeah, this is absolutely the kind of thing where you think Sam Laidlow probably favors the longer distances more. You know, the longer this race goes on, he's just somebody who's, from an athletic point, probably a little bit more resilient. And the way you got to try and break this down is going to be the thing to figure out for Kyle.
We haven't spoken much about what's going on directly behind this battle because it's been so fascinating, but Daniel Beckergaard has moved himself convincingly into third position now. He's 2 minutes and 11 seconds behind the lead, but he's got about a minute ahead of Fred Funk in fourth place. So that's a really sort of stable position that Daniel Beckergaard's got there in third place. And we know he's been training with Kyle Smith in St. Moritz, so whatever he's doing up there seems to have really delivered for him today, and he's looking at a great result.
And we got eyes on Frederick Funk and Magnus Ditlev locked in a battle for fourth and fifth there. We saw Annie Haug yesterday, Jan, finish way down the field, far lower down than most people would have expected her coming off Roth. And maybe Magnus Ditlev not having the perfect day for him. Fifth is still incredibly impressive here at a T100 race, but it is Magnus Ditlev after all.
Yeah, definitely, but he is also very consistent, and I think, you know, he knows he's competitive. I think in terms of his training and his overall preparation going in for the whole season, that's kind of where he probably would have used this race to make sure he kicks himself back into gear. As we see Sam Laidlow actually popping a can of Coke just then. The good old-fashioned Coca-Cola still hasn't run out. You know, we've got the best brands and the best scientists creating all these drinks, and when you gotta go, there's nothing like that ice cold red can. You just really hope that it's ice cold, because it's nothing worse than when it's warm.
Sometimes simple sugar works the best.
Absolutely. Carl choosing to take a gel there. He missed the bottle earlier with his own nutrition, so he will pick up another 25 grams of carbs and 100 calories, which is probably a good time to take it, but he's choosing to put it in his back pocket as a reservoir in case he misses his drink again, I'm assuming. As we see Sam Long running back up to Sam Laidlow, kind of unlapping himself. He's obviously somebody who deals extremely well with the heat and is also very resilient in terms of fatigue building up. And this could actually change the dynamic in Sam Laidlow's favor. If he's got somebody mentally that he can run with. I know Sam loves running off the front, but you got to remember Sam Long is not a competition, and he would just be somebody that he could feed off in terms of pace. That could really play a factor in this race.
Well, it's been a pretty lonely day for Sam Laidlow in a lot of ways since he hit the front early on the bike course. He's then not seen anyone else, has he, really, pretty much all day long. So having someone else might be quite nice right now, just as he's in the real painful pointy end of this race.
Can I just ask, we get the two in a room again. Remember the Collins Cup when Sam Long ran out because Sam Laidlow threw a comment too many his way, and all of a sudden it's the other way around and Sam Long would be helping Sam Laidlow. That would be an ironic turn of events.
It's crazy to think how much has changed in the sport since that moment. Sam Laidlow, a world champion, and Sam Long, one of the best in the sport. It's they've come a long way, both men. Look, and getting around each other. Sam Long just loves it. He just loves it. He said, "Come on, get on my hip," and tapped his hip. Stay with me. And Kyle Smith, the first time that Kyle Smith and Sam Laidlow have been in this building in transition together, Jan.
Well, Vicky, you mentioned the expression on Sam Laidlow's face. Carl is starting to show a bit of hurt as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Both of our front runners now are starting to show the pain, but they are within 2 laps now of the finish line, just under 6 kilometres to go. So I would be surprised if they weren't starting to show some pain, but both of them really look to be giving absolutely everything. I mean, Kyle was so close to that win in San Francisco, just a fraction of a second from making it first across the line. How much will it mean to him to try and get into that first place position today? He doesn't want to finish second again.
This is so good. Sam Laidlow's just tacked on behind Sam Long, and you can see how much he's hurting, and the effort that he put in to hold on to Sam Long down that hill was huge. Who would have thought it, Jan? Just like you said, the irony of these two working together and Sam Long becoming an ally for Sam Laidlow.
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite something, the turn of events, and I've got it so vividly in front of me because all the talk at that Collins Cup was about these two and them having a go at each other. I think Sam Long's matured much as an athlete since. Yeah, but the fact that he's unlapped himself here and is now, you know, kind of actively coming in to this front-running race is quite something. Daniel Beckergaard, surprise of the day Sam Laidlow is probably right up there leading this race and holding on, but Daniel Beckergaard finally coming around to perform according to the hype that he's had around him for a long time.
I was just looking at his results so far this year in the T100 Series. He's got 2 DNFs from Singapore and San Francisco and an 8th place from Miami. This is by far and away the best we've seen him, not just in the T100 this year, but also on the tour as a whole, the PTO tour that existed before the T100. This is his best day out.
It's that training camp group again, isn't it? Kyle Smith in second, Fred Funk in fourth, Daniel Beckergaard in third, and Rico Bogan in sixth. They're all inside the top 6 and they spent that time training together. It's clearly worked. Sam Laidlow, he has actually taken a few seconds back onto Kyle Smith. Into the when they went through the final checkpoint into that last lap, it was down to 24 seconds. It's now back up to 28 seconds. So getting on the back of Sam Long, he did take some time back.
How much did that hurt him?
It could have hurt him.
Has he dropped back now, do we think, because Sam Long is just running too fast, or has he gone, you know what, I am going to blow up if I try to stay with you any longer? This is a tactical move to drop back, or do we think Sam Laidlow maybe made a mistake there by trying to hold on to Sam Long for a little while?
Great question. We've seen Sam Long. He has left Sam Laidlow. They were about to lap Max Newman. Who would have thought that if you went back 16 months? Kyle Smith, 29 seconds back. This gap is extending. Sam Laidlow is taking time into Kyle Smith.
Amazing.
13 kilometres into today's run. It is an 18-kilometre run. We are inside the final 5 kilometres. Kyle Smith is 29 seconds behind our leader, Sam Laidlow.
And neither of them have really given up, right? They've shown a bit of grimacing on the face and they're working hard. But you know, the run form still looks good. They're still composed, and considering they've done 96% almost or 96 Ks out of a 100K race, it's quite amazing the resilience they're showing there as they're about to see each other face to face again. And I really think Kyle's got this lap now to create the difference, and if Sam can hold on for this lap, then I can't see Kyle getting him in the last one.
I think this is a really important moment for Kyle because he will be passing Sam any second in the opposite direction, and he will know where he passed Sam on the last lap. So he will mentally know exactly whether he brought that gap down, whether it's gone out a little bit, and he's going to see that he's not really made any difference in a lap, and that's going to be a little bit demoralizing, but that's where he has to step up. He has to lock in mentally and go again, and he has to push. And you're absolutely right, Jan, if he doesn't do something on this lap, I think Sam Laidlow will hang tough for the final one.
It's back down to 25 seconds, so we're seeing that Sam Laidlow, he took some time back into Kyle Smith when he tagged onto the back of Sam Long, and now that Sam Long's dropped, he is now bit by bit, second by second, Kyle Smith eating that time back into Sam Laidlow. with 4.5 kilometres to go. It's down to 24 seconds, the gap between Kyle Smith and Sam Laidlow, as they just passed each other on this long out and back section. What can I say? The T100 Series, it just keeps delivering these nail-biting races.
Yeah, we just saw Alistair Brownlee on screen there as well. He's no longer running with Peter Hemerick, who's made his way up into 7th place, but Alistair's lost about a minute on him, so they were locked stride for the first few laps, but Alistair just falling back a little bit now and in 9th position.
That's just what the heat does as well, right? It blows out the differences so much. I mean, you're seeing athletes fight over seconds, but then as the race progresses, the heat gets to athletes and then systems just shut down, and when you're just trying to survive, you go into that survival mode, you're more defending off the back. But we're seeing this low 20 seconds, so we're getting, you know, it's 120 meters or something that they're getting. It's almost the straight of a track. And we can see him just in the background there. He's got only the moto between him and his rival, who's desperately fighting. Either way, we are going to have yet another different first-time T100 Series winner, and that's the beauty of this series. It just keeps providing, getting the best athletes together on such a regular basis, and no one has been able to create a multi-win dominance other than Ash Jankel, of course.
5 wins. It really does put into perspective how amazing that is.
Yeah, 4 different male winners. I mean, that is exactly what we want to see on this kind of tour. We want to see different athletes shine on different days, on different courses, and that's where the world champion gets decided by the athlete who can be the most consistent and can put in the best, the most good performances over the longest period of time. That's what we're after. And someone like Kyle Smith, you know, if he finishes 1st or 2nd today, that will be a 3rd fantastic result for him to add to his 2nd place in San Francisco, and of course his 5th place prior to that as well in Singapore. So now we've got the leaderboard as it stands down in the bottom right hand of the screen. So if things were to finish as they are right now, then Magnus Ditlev will return to the top of the table. He will get ahead of Kyle Smith due to the fact that he's now running ahead of Rico Bogan. Kyle Smith would be in 2nd place there. Sam Long down in 3rd after a not so good day for him, and Yuri Kulin 4th place, but unfortunately he's slipping further down every lap, so that may change as well, and Rico Bogan would hold on to a top 5.
3.7 kilometres to go, 22 seconds. The gap from Kyle Smith to Sam Laidlow out in front. He can see him, he's right there. He just can't quite close the final 20 seconds.
Well, not yet anyways. Remember, there's 7 points in it for Kyle Smith as well if he does take over, so that would definitely put him at top of the leaderboard. But Sam Long is having none of it. He is firmly putting his foot on the gas and keeping that door shut.
Sam Laidlow has had so many doubters for so long now about only being able to win 1 race in the year, and for the rest of the season not getting it right. He is proving everyone wrong today, and he is showing everyone that he can win other big races apart from the Ironman World Championships. This is an insane performance from Sam Laidlow today. With 3.4 kilometres to go, he is in front here at T100 London.
Oh, that's a beautiful camera angle where you can see exactly what Kyle Smith is seeing. He can see that figure, the white and black suit and the reverse cap of Sam Laidlow. He knows what he's targeting, but he just can't quite reel him in. 23 seconds and 1 lap to go as Sam Laidlow climbs the ramp for the penultimate time. This is a nail biter. Can he hold on? The pain is etched in every part of his face. But Kyle's in pain too, and that's what you've got to remember when you're at the front of these races and you're pushing hard and you're near to the finish. You might be hurting, but so are your competitors, and he's going to get a big boost now as he goes through the transition area into the Excel Centre, and Sam Long still pumping up the crowd and enjoying his way around. You just can't bring him down, can you?
He just loves it. Sam Laidlow and Kyle Smith ran that last kilometre in the exact same time, so no time taken out of Sam Laidlow from Kyle Smith in that last kilometre.
22
seconds.
Is Kyle going to come up just a tiny bit short for the second race in a row? I mean, very consistent from him, but I know he wants to take the top step of that podium. What can he find on this final lap?
And so now with 3 kilometres to go, 1 lap remaining, Kyle Smith is 22 seconds down from our leader, Sam Laidlow. We are in the depths of this race where it becomes more mental than it is physical. Who wants it more? Who wants T100 London more? Is it Kyle Smith, 22 seconds down in second, or is it Sam Laidlow out in front?
Both of them hurting, and Sam just letting the legs run free. This is actually a point when you've got this kind of fatigue, the eccentric load, as in when your body basically has to stop you from falling over and the muscle slowing down the movement, is one of the toughest. I mean, that's what gives you that kind of muscle fatigue. You think you're going downhill and everything is free speed, but I think this ramp is just a little bit too steep to be comfortable, as Sam cements his lead at the front again. He's taken 2 seconds out of Kyle, so he's taking this descent more aggressively, and he is absolutely fighting a day, and what a victory that would be.
23 seconds now, 24 seconds. Sam Laidlow has taken another 2 seconds out of this lead into Kyle Smith in second. What a battle we have here today at T100 London in the men's race.
Daniel Beckergaard coming through for his first podium. Great racing from him. Probably also not what he would have expected, what he would have hoped for, but I think he's going to be absolutely thrilled with this result. Running really, really well. He's got a solid cushion to those runners behind him that he can pace himself well and make sure that he gets into this position. And actually, it's a grateful position to be in as an athlete on the last lap. You kind of know you have to maintain. There's no way you're running up to the front. There's no way you're closing 2 minutes on the next guy, but there's also not much chance anybody's closing 1 minute and 20 on the last lap. So that's a moment where you can actually just savor the day and kind of enjoy it.
Back with our leader, Sam Laidlow, and the pendulum just keeps swinging. It was 22 seconds, then it went out to 24, and it's back down to 22 seconds. It just keeps swinging back and forth. Sam Laidlow takes a second out of Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith takes a second out of Sam Laidlow. Kyle Smith can see Sam Laidlow. He's going to be able to see him the entire last 2.8 kilometres of this run. He will have him in his sights for the entirety of this run. Can he get him?
At this point, I mean, we're talking 10 seconds a kilometre. That's obviously tough. The one thing he has got is he's got him in his sights. I mean, we can see it from here.
What an angle.
It is just right there. And your heart, lungs, and muscles are screaming. It is such an exhausting position to be in. I'm getting nervous just sitting here.
2 kilometres to go, Jan. Kyle Smith passes Yuri Kulin. Yuri Kulin shouts out. He says, "Come on, Kyle, go and get him." Kyle Smith, he can see Sam Laidlow. He's so close that he can almost touch him. Oh, the hardest 20 seconds in triathlon. Trying to chase down the leader, Sam Laidlow, here inside the last 2 kilometres at T100 London. What a battle we are seeing today.
And we know he's tough. I mean, look at Kat Matthews, you know, she closed down about 45 seconds in the last that gap. But here we've got the battle for 4th and 5th. Magnus Divlev, Frederick Funk, both of them intent. Golden glasses, they are out here to shine. They are battling the heat, and this is almost the worst position you want to be in for the last lap, because you know you're going to have to push it to the wire to try and get that 4th position, the extra points, and of course the nice gap in prize money that's going to be all yours.
T100 San Francisco, the 3rd race in our series, was a nail-biter. A sprint finish between Rico Bogan, Kyle Smith and Martin Van Riel. Martin Van Riel came out on top in that. Kyle Smith, he was the unlucky first loser in second. He finds himself in second position again here 1 race later at T100 London. He is 22 seconds behind our leader, Sam Laidlow, the Ironman World Champion. Everyone doubts Sam Laidlow at this distance, but what a performance we are seeing from him here today.
And that's almost the best position. He loves silencing the doubters. I mean, that's a lot of what his whole outward communication's been. He's all about, well, just a one-time wonder. I am looking forward to seeing what these guys do here. There's going to be no love lost still.
It's so close.
Keep going. Oh my God, it's right there.
They didn't look at each other, Jan. No indication given by either man right there. Kyle Smith knows how close he is. He knows what he's got to do. Sam Laidlow likewise. He knows that if he can just hold on for 1.4 kilometres longer, he has won his first ever T100 race here in London, his home race.
It is absolutely going to be down to the wire. I mean, Carl, right now, he's got to be hoping that Sam's getting a cramp or that something's happening. He's taken 2 seconds out of him. He needs another 20. I mean, he's got to start. He's got to start his sprint before they even enter the Excel Centre. He's got to start his sprint on that climb. He is somebody who can hang tough, though. I'll give that to Carl. He is somebody who has got a bit of toughness in him that I have seen in few other athletes. He's going to need every single ounce of it here today.
Marjolaine Pierre, last place in the women's race yesterday. So good to see her out on course, shouting encouragement to Kyle Smith as he went past her right then. 21 seconds is this lead that Sam Laidlow has over Kyle Smith. We have 1.2 kilometres to go here at T100 London.
Looks like he's picking up the cadence too. He is moving incredibly well. It's unbelievable. I think he is putting down the run of his life, and Sam Laidlow is just not giving up.
A battle of attrition here out on the run course at T100 London. 1.1 kilometres to go. We can see the look of pain on Sam Laidlow's face. Kyle Smith 20 seconds behind him. Sam Laidlow holding on for dear life here in the battle for first and second.
And I tell you what, that mouse in his head is running. He's breaking down the last kilometre into the tiniest little bits. Just keep going, just keep pushing. He is mentally giving everything just not to give in, because at this point, that's all you want to do. You just want to rest. You want an ice cold drink. You want an ice bucket. And Sam knows he is within grasping reach of his first ever tape at a T100 race.
We are inside the final kilometre here at T100 London. Sam Laidlow 20 seconds ahead of Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith, the big pre-race favourite after his second place finish at T100 San Francisco last time round. He wanted this win, no more second places. He wanted to step out of the shadow of his ex-training partner, Jan Frodeno. This was his chance to do it today. He finds himself in second place.
He finds himself in a tough position right now. Sam Laidlow is looking good. He's only got the few little meters of climbing left to do up that steep, nasty little ramp to get him into the Excel Centre, where a few thousand age groupers and fans will be cheering him on and ready to take him home.
600 metres to go. Sam Laidlow, you can see he's putting in a clear surge there. I love triathlon. How good is this? 500 metres to go. Sam Laidlow, the Ironman World Champion. Like I said, everyone doubts him at this distance. Everyone doubts his consistency. No one believed he would be able to get it right at this distance. And here he is, 400 metres to go, and he's 20 seconds up on Kyle Smith, the big pre-race favourite. Sam Laidlow is hurting. You can see it in his face, but he is holding on for dear life in this battle of attrition with Kyle Smith.
It is absolutely mind-blowing. The man comes out, gives an interview saying if he can string together a few weeks of good training, no one can beat it. Everybody thinks, Sam, what are you talking about? And he is putting his money where his mouth is. Very, very, very impressive racing from the young French/Brit. Whatever he is, he's a world champion, and he is about to crown himself a T100 champion unless Kyle Smith can find something absolutely magic on this last bit of the ramp.
For the entire last 5 kilometres, the gap between Sam Laidlow in front and Kyle Smith in second has been 22 seconds. Sam Laidlow looks up at the sky as he does up his tri-suit, says a few choice words that we can't repeat here live on air. He can't believe it, his hands are on his head. What has happened, Sam Laidlow says. He cannot believe it as he high-fives the crowd. He had a calf injury coming in. He can't believe it, Sam Laidlow. What a battle we've seen here today at T100 London. He has held on. He's done the undoable, holding off Carl Smith, the best runner in the sport right now. Sam Laidlow, you are the champion here. T100 London, your home race.
Oh, that is so good to see. He brings the wings out and flies. There is so much emotion in this. This is why I love sport. This is why I love professional racing. The emotions are just off the charts as Carl Smith comes in hurting and a bravely fought second place for the man from New Zealand.
Carl Smith, second place at San Francisco in the famous sprint finish with Martin Van Riel. He wanted the win badly today. Second place again.
They're going to have to catch a breath, I think, a little bit before they can exchange their war stories. Let's see if Carl this time around can keep his lunch to himself. But what a battle they have served us with. I think Carl realizes he can be happy with this performance. This is probably still one of his better performances in his life, ranked up there. And another performance that goes into the history books as the medical director of the PTO comes in, gives the guys some cold towels. Carl can hug some family and loved ones who have come out to see him and come out to see the brave man take the horn by the balls and give everything he has to try and win.
These images here at the finish line have literally given me goosebumps. We see Chris Commode, executive chairman of the T100 there, congratulating Carl Smith. What images these are. You can see that Carl Smith has given it his all and has just failed once again to take that next step and win a T100 race, but 2 second place finishes. He has cemented himself clearly as one of the best in the world over this distance. And in amongst that battle, we may have forgotten that Daniel Bakkegaard is also putting in the performance of his life over this distance with a third place finish here at T100 London in a massive field. Carl Smith emotional here with his partner Kira. He's probably in a weird position where he's happy but sad, and I know how badly he wanted this win.
Yeah, he did, but you've got to remember, he's not there yet. He's only finished on the podium once. And I tell you what, that step is the hardest one to make from second to first, because you just got to believe that little bit more. I think we are going to see a very, very happy podium. This man, he almost can't believe it himself. He is finally back to his form, and there is going to be... I don't think they're going to waste all of that champagne. I think they're going to have some and enjoy it, rightly so.
Daniel Bakkegaard, part of that famous training camp with Carl Smith, Rico Bogan and Frederick Funk. They have all had days out here today. 2 DNFs in the T100 Series. Even Daniel was doubting himself. He's talked about it. A third place finish here, and training partner Carl Smith is the first one to congratulate him. Daniel Bakkegaard, third place at T100 London. Take a bow.
Interesting enough, I want to see what Sam Laidlow does now. We've seen Sam and Daniel share some emotions over the past. I think this is probably a moment to move past it all. He's very, very excited. Let's see if we can get some eyes on it then. But it looks like Magnus Ditlev.
Another battle yarn for 4th and 5th. Magnus Ditlev, the Great Dane. Frederick Funk, the young German. Frederick Funk has never finished this high in a T100 race, and being in a battle with one of his great idols, Magnus Ditlev. Magnus Ditlev has just got the better of him at the final closing stages of this last lap.
Amazing racing still from Fred Funk. So brave and so good to see him put it together. Magnus coming in, another solid performance to put him on top of the PTO T100 rankings.
Magnus Ditlev, our Miami champion, 4th place at San Francisco, and another 4th place here today at London. Frederick Funk, Magic Fred XX, your highest ever finish at a T100 race. 5th place here at London. He loves it in Europe.
Amazing, amazing racing from these first 5, and it's rare that you will see, I think, the first 5 all being very, very happy with their results.
Second place, probably mixed emotions for Carl Smith. He wanted that win so bad. But I tell you, one person in this top 5 who would be happy, that's Frederick Funk. That's a huge step up for him. Magnus Ditlev is used to success. He breathes, lives, eats something else excellence. Everything he does is excellent. So 4th place, this close to Challenge Roth. What a performance here today from him.
Getting eyes on Maxi Newman, who still has a lap to go, as we believe. Still, I'm glad to see him. Peter Heinrich, he has had a solid run to run himself up into what should be 6th position, I think. And it's nice to see him. He hasn't been content with his season. He says it's been more down than up. But this is a solid showing in a very, very strong field.
And Peter Heinrich, he is the surprise packet of the T100 Series. He burst onto the scene in Singapore last year. He's not a young fella, but he just keeps surprising everyone, and a 6th place finish for him today.
How good would that feel after a day out in the heat? Getting some ice cold water, being able to sit down in an air-conditioned indoor space. Rico Bogan, another brave performance from him. He always wears the pain on his face as he comes in and is yet again showing with another top 10 performance just why he deserves to be a PTO ranked athlete.
Rico Bogan involved in that famous sprint finish last time around at race 3 in San Francisco. Everyone says he's not the same athlete in the heat. He had that 30-second penalty that made his race very hard, but he has finished 7th here today at London. Considering it was hot, 28 degrees at the end of the run, that's a brilliant performance from Rico Bogan, the young German. And just behind him, the hometown hero, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, the only athlete in our sport to achieve that on home soil today at London, 8th position. A tumultuous day for Alistair Brownlee. He had that front puncture. He was involved in some drafting out on the bike course that was frustrating him. He was angry at everyone, and he used that anger to good effect here today on the run, finishing in 8th position with a 1:02.20 run. He has salvaged something from today's race here at home in London.
So good to see, crossing the line just ahead of Yuri Kulin, who had some difficulties. But for Alistair to finish a race in a strong fashion is just so good to see. He's obviously been able to use his training, he's been consistent, and he's able to lay a bit of a foundation which hopefully he can build on until Ibiza. It's it's a few weeks to go, and a strong performance.
And what a privilege it is to watch Alistair Brownlee every time he's out on a race course. Yuri Kulin, a disappointing result for Yuri Kulin. He won, he was our champion in Singapore. He is a T100 wild card. He would have wanted more from today. Greg Barnaby, ever so consistently in 10th. Sam Laidlow, our champion today at T100 London, our his first ever T100 victory, and he could not have done it in more amazing circumstances with Kyle Smith right there with 13 kilometres to go, but he just held on and held on and held on in that last 5Ks. What a race from Sam Laidlow today.
And there's just something amazing about riding off the front and then holding on. You know, it's kind of got that Tour de France feel in terms of the fighter goes out and he just manages to hold off the masses. That was an absolutely outstanding performance, and definitely one of the performances that will be remembered as epic and iconic.
And our commentator, Vicky Holland, she's with our champion today, Sam Laidlow.
Sam, the first thing I thought of when I was thinking about your race today is that you are back with a bang. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I just want to firstly thank the London crowds. I mean, it means so much to be here with my family and lots of friends that we've known for years. So to come here and do this, and it's insane, especially because like this year's been really rough, right? And it's just always when you overcome, like if there's a message I want to put across, it's that when you really hit rock bottom, you never know what tomorrow might bring. So yeah, yesterday I was, in my head I thought I might come like top 10 maybe, and to do this today is insane.
We saw that you had downplayed your chances before today. Did you really believe that you wouldn't probably exceed top 10? Is this a complete surprise to you?
Yeah, honestly, I genuinely thought I couldn't win. Yeah, I think during the whole run, I kept thinking to myself this one quote which Jan Frodeno posted when he won Kona the second time, and he wrote, "Still here, never left." So yeah, I think tonight I'm going to post that on Instagram.
You seem to really enjoy taking races on from the front, and we saw you do that today. Of course, you chose to swim without a wetsuit, made it up to the front very quickly. And then did you decide to just ride off the front? Was it a concerted effort, or was it just felt natural?
So 2 weeks ago, I got a penalty in another race, so I was like, I really don't want to risk getting a penalty here, so I went to the front. I kind of just rode at the top end of what I thought I could do, and I kept holding it, and I don't know if it's because I didn't use a wetsuit, I felt like I didn't overheat, but I just had really, really good legs, and like I smashed my power BB, to be honest, so yeah, pretty chuffed.
And onto the run there, we obviously saw Kyle start to chip into your lead, especially at the beginning of the run, but then it stabilized and you were holding him off. Was it a case of he will not catch me?
To be honest, like, I kept telling myself, oh, it's okay if you lose to Kyle. He's like such a nice guy. If there is a guy I'd like to lose to, it's him. And then I was like kind of slapping myself and like, nah, Sam, like, you need to win this. So yeah, to be honest, I would have been really happy either way. Kyle's incredible at this distance, and I think he won't be long before he wins one. Yeah.
You've won 2 massive races now by going off the back off the front on the bike and then holding on completely on your own on the run. That's something that takes a lot of mental toughness. Is that something that you've practiced?
I think I like to be in control of the race, and when I race from the front, I do. And I'm also not really somebody who races like for the rankings. I'd rather like risk it for the biscuit and blow up and come 10th, but know that I've pushed my limits really. And today that was everything I had. I was cramping really bad on that last lap, and yeah, that's everything I had today.
Your dad told us a little bit about that calf being a bit of a question mark, but it held up beautifully today. Fantastic, amazing race from you today. We saw on that run that Sam Long came past you when you'd already lapped him, and you then took back that lap from him. Was that a help for you to have someone to run with for a few kilometres? And were you thinking about the calf while you were running?
The calf was bothering me a bit to start with, and then it eased off. I think, yeah, it was nice when Sam came along. I think we've both matured a lot since like what happened 3 years ago. And I have a lot of respect for the guy, and the way he was running, despite probably not having his best day on the bike, I have massive respect for that.
Well, it certainly seemed to give you a little bit of a boost at the right time, and you held on about 20 seconds in the end to Kyle Smith, but you are our T100 London winner. Congratulations, Sam.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to put that one on my CV.
And what a day it was from our champion, Sam Laidlow. The controversial decision not to wear a wetsuit in the swim. He found himself not at the front of the swim for the first time in probably a decade. And he knew what he was doing. Him and his coach and father, Richard Laidlow, talked about it. They did not want to overheat. They know he has problems with overheating. It was not long after that he found himself at the front of the bike and established a 1:40 lead. And into T2, everyone was unsure what was going to happen. That calf, it had been question marks around it all week. You can see the tape on the left calf, but he just held on and fought, and Kyle Smith got that gap down to within 30 seconds with only 8k to go, and inside the last 5 kilometres it was 20 seconds, and Sam just fought all day and held on, and he is our champion. T100 London champion, his first ever T100 win in front of a home crowd. So many doubters, so many haters. He proved them all wrong today. Equally as many people love him though, and he is our champion here today at T100 London. What a race. And we have a look at the results from today. Sam Laidlow 1, Kyle Smith 2, Daniel Bakkegaard 3. That's our podium. You can see that Kyle Smith did have the fastest run of the day. He broke the hour, 59 minutes and 53 seconds. Sam Laidlow's bike, that was the thing that really changed the race, being able to get that gap into T2, and that run, 1:01.01, a really strong run from Sam Laidlow. Magnus Ditlev in 4th, Fred Funk in 5th, another 2 big performances. And we are joined by today's 2nd place finisher, Kyle Smith. He's with Vicky.
Kyle, 2nd place yet again. We thought at one point this might be your day. We thought you were going to catch the front. What are your emotions right now with that 2nd place?
Yeah, obviously a little bit disappointed not to. Obviously, it's kind of like someone's dangling a carrot in front of you and you can't quite get it. But obviously I'm happy with how I performed today. I'm really proud of how I dug deep and gave it my everything. And
at the end of the day, that's the only thing I can do. And if that's only good enough for second, then I'm only, I'm really happy for that. And obviously happy for Sam 2 weeks after an Ironman to do that's incredible. But the crowd was actually insane. I had to every time I ran through here, the crowd was just so amazing. And I was getting goosebumps and getting a bit excited every time I ran. I had to calm myself down. So, London knew how to put on a show, and the fans obviously are amazing.
When I spoke to you earlier this week and I said, let's have some fireworks again, and you gave me a little smile that said, I'm feeling pretty good and I feel like there could be more than there was in San Francisco. Did you feel better today out there?
Yeah, I felt like really controlled. I think my MO now is kind of controlled aggression. And so, I felt really controlled and really, when Sam went up the road, honestly, I didn't think he'd run like that. So, I think obviously a little bit of a tactical blunder there. But, I felt like I just wanted to stay calm, stay relaxed, and obviously try and light some fireworks in T2 and get onto the run. But, and obviously I went out super hard again, and that the pacing might have cost me. But, I gave it my everything, and I'm proud of that.
Feels like your runs really come on this year. Is that something you've worked really hard on?
I've always when I was a junior coming up, running was always my strength, and then just as my morphology changed, and obviously with World Triathlon I had to work on my swimming so much, so I worked on my swimming and the running came down. It's always that balancing act in triathlon. So running's obviously been something we've been really working on, and honestly it's just the product of 6 months of continuous development and continuous just layering upon layer, which I've never had in my career. So I'm just in a really good place where I can just keep sort of building on the momentum.
Yeah, it seemed like you couldn't quite get to Sam today. You got that gap down to around 20 seconds and then it was just dangling there. Did you know that gap just wasn't coming down anymore, or did you think that you could reel him in right at the end?
No, honestly, I've always been, kind of back to my last lap, and I thought that maybe the momentum would swing back in my favor. I thought he was hurting a lot, and I could always see every lap he was coming back closer and closer, but to be honest with you, I think he just did enough just to keep me at bay, and he knew that he had to just keep a little gap, and obviously the time was on his side, so obviously good work to him and to get the win, and I can only be happy with second.
We know that you were, of course, born in the UK. Have you got a lot of friends and family here today cheering you on along with the rest of this very British crowd?
Obviously I represent New Zealand, but I was born here. Don't try and claim me just yet, but my family actually came down from the north of England to support me, which is incredible to perform in front of my family and friends that have come down to watch, and my mum flew all the way from New Zealand to watch, so it was pretty special, and the only thing you want to do is put on a show when they come to support you and give it your best, and now we can go have a big family hug and go out for a meal and celebrate.
Well, Kyle, that's 2 podium performances in a row from you. You are so far the absolute wild card of the season, and we hope to see more from you at the next races. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, London.
Kyle Smith, all the pressure was on him today. He wanted this victory. He was the big favourite coming into the race. And we saw that he led the swim into the Aussie exit. Aaron Royal took the lead just afterwards. Kyle Smith came out with the front group. He was in the perfect position for the big pre-race favourite leading into the day. Out on the bike, he was in front early and maintained his position in that front group until Sam Laidlow came past. For the rest of the day, Sam Laidlow went about building his lead, and Kyle Smith stayed with that chase group. Into T2, Kyle Smith was in the perfect position. Sam Laidlow was 1 minute and 30 seconds up the road, and Kyle Smith set out of T2 with intention. He was the only one that was going to catch Sam Laidlow if someone was. He dropped his special needs. That might have come back to hurt him on that last lap of the run. You'll never know. He got down to as close as 21 seconds behind Sam Laidlow, but it just wasn't quite enough. He had the fastest run of the day like many expected, but Sam Laidlow held on tough, and Kyle Smith finished second here today at London. 2 races in a row, second at San Francisco, second at London. He has firmly established himself as one of the best athletes in the T100 series and a force to be reckoned with every time he's on a start line. And while Sam Laidlow had the day of his life, Clement Mignon, not such a good day. It shows the thrill, the agony in T100 racing. Some can become champions and others leave the race with more questions than answers. Max Newman, it's great to have him back after 16 months on the sideline. The last time he was at a PTO race, he won in Ibiza, and he returns. It's just so good to have him back no matter the result. He will only get better from here. Sam Laidlow, exhausted. Probably still can't believe it. He's an emotional guy. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and you can always know what Sam Laidlow's feeling. Jan, what emotions would he be going through right now?
You know, it's a whole cocktail of things that for sure are going through his mind. You know, he is very, very young and he's finding his feet. He very much takes personal comments or takes comments personally, right? He's not someone who just manages to brush the keyboard warriors off. And, you know, he's the first guy to give out a statement, and then those can be very direct and very confronting, and people react to it, and he takes that personal. So he's going through a whole roller coaster. But I think that's what makes him so good, is that he feeds off those emotions. And it's one of my favorite sayings from Simon Whitfield: you do it for 98% of the right reasons, and 2% is for the insert choice word doubters out there.
I think a lot of people do doubt him too, Jan. He's one of those guys that he's had some big results, potentially some of the best results in the past few years, but lacked some consistency, and people doubted him because of that. But today he has definitely proved everyone wrong and shown he can do it on more than one day every year. And Daniel Beckergaard, our third place finisher today here at T100 London, the best T100 result he's had so far this year, joins us with Vicky.
Daniel, this has been your first ever podium on the T100 Tour, and also the PTO Tour that existed before that. How sweet does it feel?
Beyond words. I only had hopes for this today. Wow, it's difficult. Really, it's difficult to put into words what it means. It's huge, and I'm grateful to be here.
What do you think's made the difference today? You've obviously not had the greatest results at the start of this season over the T100 distance, but today a fantastic third place. What do you think's made that difference?
I really have no idea. I try to just keep believing in myself. It's been a rough year, and you know, taking all the lessons I've learned throughout the year and just putting one foot in front of the other and keep believing in the process. Wow, it's huge. Yeah, I really don't have it.
You're clearly struggling for the words and the emotion that comes with this. If you can, talk us through what happened in your race today.
Well, I try to just stay in the moment, react to everything happening in the dynamic of the race, and just keep within my own limits, really. And I just try to stick to my own race plan, not going above any limits. And I really got tested. I dropped the chain on the last lap, and I was just trying to keep calm and wait for my moment. Got my chain back on, and then it was just about that mental game, getting back into the back of the group and just on the run, keeping my own rhythm, keeping the technique, the running form, and it was just really great to feel the atmosphere out there, having all the crowds, my team, my coach, family, and Mitch here. As I said, it's been a roller coaster. So, coming from not being able to walk and getting out of bed in the morning to being on the podium of the T100, that means a lot.
Yeah, I can see what it means to you. It must feel so special. We know that you've based yourselves in St. Moritz now, and you've also had a group of guys training there with you who also had very good days, with Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan and of course Fred Funk. Do you think that's made a difference to you today? And also, are you going to charge Kyle a little bit extra for staying with you now, given he's obviously done pretty well out of it?
Kyle is not only one of the greatest athletes in the world, also one of the greatest guys on the circuit, and he showed his worth. And also he really showed me what it means to have a group of good guys around me to kind of just get the work done. You know, I've trained a lot on my own, and having Kyle there for a huge amount of the time has been an eye-opener in not only what it takes to actually take that final step towards the podium today, but also just remembering how it is to actually have good friends and having fun doing sessions. You know, it was like when he came and stayed with me, everything just went from 0 to 100 real quick, and yeah, from there it's just been an upgoing spiral. I've started having fun in sessions again and based myself around in a place where, you know, there's Olympic champions around you every day and world champions. It's so motivating, and it's the most beautiful place on earth to train. So it's, yeah, I have no words what it actually means to me. It's amazing.
Daniel, whatever you are doing up there and the training group you're working with, it is working for you. So congratulations again. We'll let you go and get your medal, and thanks for talking to us. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks a lot for everything. This is the future of the sport, and yeah, thanks a lot.
An emotional Daniel Baekkegard there. What a day for him. Finally, that breakthrough performance he's always wanted on the T100 Tour. We know he's a strong swimmer. He came in that front group out of the swim. Onto the bike, that's sometimes where he's had a few question marks on the T100 Tour, but he held tough in that chase group all day, played a patient game. We heard about the issues he had just before transition 2, but he didn't lose his cool, maintained his composure, and had one of the runs of his life. Very early on in the run, he got up to 3rd position, and he just held that. He established that 3rd position, held on. Didn't quite have the legs to go with Sam Laidlaw and Kyle Smith, but was definitely the best of the rest in 3rd. What a result. What a podium. Training partners Kyle Smith and Daniel Baekkegard greeted each other over the line. 2nd and 3rd. Huge results from both men. And you could see how much it meant to both of them. Kyle Smith loved it, having the time of his life. And so is this guy out on the river where the athletes swam only 3 hours ago.
Wearing a jumper, he's quite confident. You want to know an interesting stat?
I do.
If you want to be on the podium at the T100 in London, you need to be riding a canyon.
Shameless plug. As you sit in your canyon shirt.
Absolutely I do, absolutely I do. I just had to mention that as thinking, as I saw the highlights there, all 3 of these guys riding in canyons. It's a pretty cool stat.
And we see our T100 Series standings 2024 after 4 races here today in London. Magnus Ditlev in first, 79 points. Kyle Smith's moved up to second in 76 points. Sam Long, he was leading today on 70 points and exits the day in third, still on 70 points. Yuri Kuhlin, Singapore champion, 69. Peter Hemrich, the forgotten man of the T100, in fifth. Sam Laidlaw, a champion, moves up to seventh. Rico Bogan in sixth. Frederick Funk, in my opinion, the surprise packet of the day, in ninth. And hometown hero, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, Alistair Brownlee, he salvaged the day and he finishes the day in 10th position in the standings. Well, Jan, the sign, Kyle Smith, we love you. It seems like Daniel Baekkegard really loves Kyle Smith. Everybody loves Kyle Smith. One of the nice guys on the T100 Tour.
Well, that's the thing, you know, you get a lot of guys bringing great physiological aspects to a training group, but if you're spending day in, day out, you want somebody bringing a good energy, and that is something that I've enjoyed the most about Kyle. I talk about him highly. I'm a big fan, and he is just somebody who is selfless in trying to lift the overall tide and rise all ships with him. And you don't find a lot of guys like that. He's truly unique. He has that kind of Kiwi approach of getting things done, and at the same time he is incredibly tough and always pushing the level.
I think one of the things about the T100 Tour is that we tend to focus on the great races, but you get back to the athlete hotel after the race, and Leon Chevalier and Rudy von Berg, people like that who haven't had the best days, all they're doing is talking about how brutally hard T100 racing is, and it's such a tour of highs and lows.
Absolutely. We get a shot of Maxi Newman here, who finished last at his first T100 back, but he finished. And I think that's a great trajectory. I really, really hope his knee and his ITB holds up strong and he can continue to build form from there. But of course, that's a fact. It is hard. You get out there and, you know, the best of the best. Everybody wants to have a shot. There is a lot at stake. There are world ranking points. This is a series, so every single finishing matters. And there's a lot of prize money on the line.
Well, like Max Newman said to us before the race, Jan, he said, you've got to start somewhere, right? And yeah, he came in last position, but I thought he showed really promising signs on the swim and the bike.
Well, he started with a finish, which is a great start indeed, as we are seeing our podium. Oh,
look at
very timidly. Oh, yep. Choosing not to go with socks is a tricky choice.
And Ruth Daniels, CEO of British Triathlon. In third place and winner of the bronze trophy from Denmark, Daniel Bækkegaard. In second place, and winner of the silver trophy from New Zealand, Kyle Smith. And in first place, the champion of the London T100 Triathlon 2024, representing France, Sam Laidlow. Now please join us for our athlete celebration. Congratulations to the winners of the London T100 Triathlon 2024.
In London, the fourth stop of the T100 Triathlon World Tour has come to an end. Two incredible, epic days.
A few fans asking for Sam Laidlow's cap.
All of our triathletes are looking forward to a nice, relaxing evening.
I'm never letting go, letting go. But as long as I'm alive and I'm sponsoring the ride, there's power in the hole. Let me compliment the vibe, man.
There they go, winners taking their Prosecco, I believe. They've got tea and, of course, the trophy that I'm sure will be sitting aloft on a mantelpiece. Very, very proud moment for all of them.
You know, Hannah, I can't help but think about just the epic few days that has been here. We just got here on Friday. You know, we had our athletes checking in all day Saturday morning. We had our professional women's race. 4,500 athletes, so many of them taking on their very first ever triathlon with us this morning. Thank you for being here through Central London and wrapping up with another incredible show by our men at the PTO. This is what triathlon is all about. This is the future of triathlon. We are so thankful that you've been partnered with us here in London for our first time in London, the fourth of 8 stops, and we will be doing this again in just a couple months as we take to Spain and we bring a show for stop number 5 at Ibiza.
Richard, we spoke to you midway through the bike, and at that point Sam had just hit the front of the race, and here we are now, we're having just celebrated his victory. I mean, how proud are you of him?
Incredible. No, incredible. It was an amazing race for me. It was really good. I went down onto the bike course after we had the last interview and see sort of him pulling through the course itself. So absolutely, for me, it was amazing. He held really strong all the way through.
We spoke a little bit about that calf injury that he sort of managed, and we didn't really know what to expect from him on the run. Did you think he would hold it together quite as strongly as he did?
Well, looking at what happened in the Ironman the other week, he actually held really well. So I knew he was running strong. It's just he hadn't been running. He'd ran about 2 or 3 times until this race. So I was a bit dubious. I knew he's running well, but I didn't know if his calf and everything else would hold up because he hasn't had the opportunity to run.
He spoke a little bit about how he really doubted himself coming into this race, and he thought, honestly, a top 10 would have been good. Is this now a foundation for the rest of the season? I mean, I imagine there's a pretty big title defence he's looking at later this year, as well as hopefully more of our T100 series.
Yeah, it's always difficult. I mean, the season now is really, really long for them. And to go into it, we've had a good training block, and I think everything was going really well in the last big training block. Then he went into the Ironman, and he didn't perform the numbers that he wanted to perform, plus getting disqualified, and obviously that took a knock on the morale. So I think anything today would have been there, but the training's been brilliant. Yeah, so there's no way that he was just putting all the numbers together. And I say now he'll have a bit more confidence in the next training block going into Ibiza, and then also going onto the Big Island.
So it's all come together perfectly. So at this point we can say your tactical decisions throughout the race were perfect. So you can take a deep breath. Sam's not going to be angry at you. It all went as perfectly as it could do.
No, I mean, yeah, it's good. We'll take it apart, the race, and obviously there'll be areas that didn't go as well as what we'd hoped. But again, that's always easier when it's a win at the front end of it. Yeah, so it's very difficult to get a perfect race. So again, we've got to analyse everything and say, was that the right thing? Was that the wrong thing? And then go forward from there. We've got to say, now we've got to keep on building into the next T100 and then onto Ibiza, onto Kona.
Well, I have to say, what a day for Team Laidlow. So a huge congratulations to you, of course, as coach and dad. You play a big role yourself, and I hope you get to enjoy some of that champagne with Sam.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And just having another look at the T100 Series standings after our 4th race here today at London. Magnus Ditlev, he takes the lead. Sam Long in 3rd was the man coming into this race in front. He started the down 70 points. He exits the down 70 points. Kyle Smith, a mover. He's up to 2nd place. 2 seconds in a row at San Francisco and then here today in London. Yuri Kuhlin, our Singapore champion, in 4th. Peter Heimrich Well, I mean, he's in 5th. How many people would have seen that coming at the start of the year? Rico Bogan, the young German, in 6th. Sam Laidlow, today's champion, in 7th. Matthias Margier, he did not join us today. He's in 8th. Frederick Funk, the surprise packet of the day, in 9th. And Alistair Brownlee, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist. He salvaged something today, and he stands 10th in our standings so far after 4 races. Well, there it is, Jan. That's the trophy that they're all vying for.
Champagne drenched as it should be. Great news. And then a very British gift of some tea, it looks like.
What tea would that be, do you think? New English tea?
Well, there you go. I don't know. They're very particular, and every Brit I've spoke to has got their very favorite, and they all hate one certain...
Lipton?
I wasn't going to say it, but I haven't met anyone from here yet who loves their tea. Sam Laidlow going through what the winner does, interviews, more interviews, and a few selfies along the way. Big credit to this man for taking it out.
And Vicky joins us once again with Kyle Smith's partner, Kira.
Kira, here we are down at the finish line, having watched Kyle have another amazing result, 2 second places in a row. Is he absolutely buzzing off this, or do you think he's a little bit disappointed?
I mean, 2 second places, obviously he'll be absolutely stoked with that. He'll probably also move up in like the world rankings, which he'll be over the moon with. Puts him in a really good spot for getting selected for other races. But the dub, you know, he wants it, and I know that he'll definitely be content but not satisfied, I'd say.
Yes, he's obviously one of our wild cards this season, but he's going to be a regular feature now. I mean, he's up to 2nd in the world ranking, so we're going to see lots more from him. Have you noticed a change in him as his training gone up a level?
I think, honestly, the training is there from just having a better health all round. He had a lot of trouble with illness over the last probably year or so. But I think the main thing that I've really seen change in him, particularly since San Francisco, is that belief that, hey, I'm at the front and I deserve to be at the front. Because although he had an amazing race in San Francisco, I think there was part of him that felt like, oh, well, I'm kind of surprised I'm here almost. So Carl Smith has arrived and we're all here for it.
Well, that's absolutely right. 2 second place finishes now. No one can doubt that he belongs on that podium, and surely it's just a matter of time before that first place. What are you going to be doing to help him get that first place? Come on.
I mean, we just got to keep the dub alive, believe it, manifest it into reality, and yeah, I mean, we all know he's got it in him, so like you say, matter of time.
And I know you didn't want to dwell on it, but you did do your first Olympic distance triathlon today. Of course, you're an ex-professional cyclist, so you got that leg down. How did you find it out there today?
I actually really enjoyed it. It's my first time doing an Olympic distance, but also experiencing like T100. And I suppose, you know, it's quite good having an inspiration in Kyle, but damn, they make it look so much easier than it actually is. So yeah, I had a lot of fun out there, but yeah, I was definitely most excited about watching Kyle today.
Well, it's definitely good to have a little bit of perspective on how good the top level actually is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I got on the run, I was like, wow, they make it look so easy and I'm in so much pain.
Well, I hope we've managed to at least entice you back for more, and I'll let you go and you can go and celebrate with Kyle.
I know, and put some more training, I think, too.
Still many more races to go.
And what a day it was for Kyle Smith here at T100 London. I mean, like Kira said, probably equal parts happiness and disappointment. He wants more, but how can you be disappointed with coming to second place twice in a row at a series as crazily competitive as what the T100 is this year? A lot of fanfare here at T100 London. That's probably been what's defined this race behind the scenes, is just how many fans have been here. There's been thousands of people on both days, Saturday and Sunday, for the women's and men's race. It's actually been quite amazing as a triathlon fan to sit back and watch just how many people were here to watch that race. And if you want to join next year in 2025 and be a part of this race, then you can do that. All you have to do is get out your phone, get out your camera and scan the QR code. It takes you to where you have to register for the race in 2025 here at T100 London. The course is amazing. Where the age groupers go is actually a slightly nicer course than the professionals. It takes you into London City itself, and you get to see all the iconic landmarks. It's a beautiful race. It's a beautiful city, and it's just such a great atmosphere here. As you could see in the images all weekend, there was literally thousands of people at these races, and you know, it's not uncommon that you get almost no one at triathlons, so to have thousands of people here watching T100 London was special. So come in and join next year. It's one of those races I don't think you'd regret signing up for, and you'd have a great weekend here watching the pros afterwards. Jan, once again, the one, the only three-time Ironman World Champion and T100 PTO US Open Champion. And so good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. See you next time at Ibiza.
Thanks, Jack. It's been great. See you all in Ibiza.